Chapter 1550. Whether it was Ouyang Yangwen or the other Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saints, they were all old monsters who had lived for several tens of thousands of years. They were extremely experienced and knowledgeable. As soon as they saw Jianshan's situation, they knew that Jianshan had failed to use the devastating attack, perhaps due to his lack of strength. The Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saints all let out a sigh of relief. After all, the pressure from before was just far too powerful. It made them feel like the end of the world had arrived, making them all shiver inside. They all felt very fortunate that Jianshan was not powerful enough to use the ability that they all feared. Otherwise, they did not even know if they could return to the world of Forsaken Saints safely. Ouyang Yangwen had become furious. He was a person who cared about his reputation greatly, yet he had been humiliated time and time again ever since he had come here. The first time, he had been trapped by Jianshan's treasure that belonged to their world of Forsaken Saints, preventing him from moving at all. In the end, he had to be taken to the world of Forsaken Saints by Xiongzhong, and the Spirit King personally removed the Azure Disc. Yet now, he had actually fled in fright from Jianshan's use of an ability that exceeded his abilities. He had almost fled back to the world of Forsaken Saint. Originally, he only needed to calm down and think about it to realize that it was impossible for Jianshan to use such a powerful ability with his current strength and injuries. This was because Ouyang Yangwen could tell that Jianshan had not reached the Origin Realm yet. He was still at the level of the Holy Emperor. The reason why he possessed the battle prowess of late returnants was all because of his comprehension of the way of the sword and his two powerful swords. Coupled with his tough body and unbelievable recovery abilities, he was able to put up a fight against late returnants expert. The more powerful the ability, the greater the requirement on the user's strength. In Ouyang Yangwen's opinion, even if Jianshan could use an extremely high-level ability with his strength, the ability would not be able to threaten him, let alone make him feel like he was facing death. Ouyang Yangwen could not help but feel his face heat up after thinking this through. This was just too embarrassing. He was tempted to find a hole to hide in. He was too ashamed to face the other elders and protectors. Although the elders and protectors had fled as well, Ouyang Yangwen was the Grand Elder. He was the greatest person below the Spirit King. In his eyes, how could the other elders be compared to him? At the same time, he could clearly tell that he had been the first to flee. Jianshan, I'm going to skin you alive. Ouyang Yangwen gritted his teeth as flames of fury burned in his eyes. Terrifying killing intent radiated from him, reaching the limit. He had fallen to Jianshan's hands twice, humiliating him both times. If Jianshan was an expert who surpassed him in strength, Ouyang Yangwen would not have become so furious. However, Jianshan was not even at the Origin Realm. Ouyang Yangwen's sword trembled and produced a clear, clanging sound. He furiously charged toward Jianshan. Jianshan was pale white in outer space. He was covered in blood. His flesh had split open, forming web-like cracks. Even though the fusion of the two swords had failed, both he and the Azulite swords had suffered an intense backlash. The Azulite swords were now covered in cracks. They had dimmed, having lost their former luster. Jianshan's chaotic body was heavily injured as well. His body had cracked, making him seem vicious and terrifying. Even his soul was heavily injured, causing his head to ache. He was haggard and extremely weak. Jianshan had truly been injured right now. Even with his chaotic body, he struggled to withstand the attack. His battle prowess had plummeted. Let alone returnants experts, even receival experts would struggle to fend them off. However, at this moment the space above Mercenary City suddenly collapsed. It shattered like a mirror, turning into a world of darkness. An extremely powerful pulse of energy expanded from the darkness, spreading across the entire sky in a mighty manner. A huge, black shadow slowly appeared in the shattered space. It hovered above everyone's heads, blotting out the sun and causing the entire world to dim. This was a very huge divine palace, like an imperial palace. It was dazzling in gold and jade, with bejeweled palaces and white jade stairs. It was gorgeous and dignified. It rushed out from the shattered space, emitting a vast and majestic pressure that pervaded the heaven and earth. As soon as the divine hall completely appeared in the air, it shone with a dazzling azure light, enveloping the entire divine hall. As it flickered in and out of existence, it made the divine hall seem even more mysterious. It also seemed to give off a hint of immortality. Countless rare beasts appeared in the azure light. They emitted the cries of beasts as they danced around the divine hall. There were divine dragons, phoenixes, birds of prey, and beasts of all kinds. There were several hundred species, many of which did not exist on the Tian-Yuan continent. Even the elders and protectors from the world of forsaken saints did not recognize more than half of them. The divine hall seemed even more majestic under the accompaniment of these rare beasts. It seemed like it had transcended the world and stood above the 9 heavens. However, at this moment, a huge formation appeared within the divine hall. As the formation revolved, it immediately erupted with azure light. Countless azure ribbons swept through the sky, rapidly extending toward all the people from the world of forsaken saints. They tied up all the Holy Emperor, and some of the ribbons shot toward the Origin Realm experts. The azure ribbons moved just too quickly, almost as fast as light. Although the Origin Realm experts could see the ribbons approaching them, they were unable to react at all due to how fast they were. In the end, even Ouyang Yangwen failed to break free. He was tied up by several azure ribbons. The entire world fell into a strange silence at that moment. It became deathly silent in a single moment. Everyone stared at the huge divine hall in a daze. What kind of divine hall was this? It possessed such power that it could tie up all the people from the world of forsaken saints in a single instance. Ouyang Yangwen's eyes narrowed. He looked at the divine hall surrounded by 100 beasts and enveloped by a layer of azure light. Shock filled his eyes as he thought, how can there be such a powerful divine hall in this world? To think that its attacks can reach the speed of light. Who can dodge that? Ouyang Yangwen soon sensed the power of the azure ribbons around him. A sliver of surprise immediately appeared in his eyes, and with a gentle jolt, the ribbons around him immediately snapped. Ouyang Yangwen stared at the gradually disappearing azure light with a strange expression. He could not help but laugh aloud. So that's how it is. It only has unparalleled speed, but it's just too weak. It can only keep the Holy Emperor trapped. The other Origin Realm experts were stunned when they heard that. They all used their Origin energy to gently jolt the ribbons as well. Just as expected, although the ribbons around them possessed unbelievable speed, they were just too weak. It was useless against Origin Realm experts. Everyone, come over immediately. Pour your energy into the divine hall. I can't unleash the divine hall's true power by myself. A vigorous voice rang out from the huge divine hall. It was very stern. It's Tianjian. It's Tianjian's voice. Is this the supreme divine hall of Mercenary City? Just how powerful is this divine hall? Even with Tianjian's strength, the Holy Emperor still can't unleash the divine hall's full power. Everyone on the side of the Tian-Yuan continent gathered their attention when they heard the voice. Immediately, cries rang out, and some people immediately charged toward the divine hall without regard for their injuries. Now that someone had arrived, the others no longer hesitated. Regardless of whether they were injured or not, regardless of how severe their injuries were, they all charged toward the divine hall as quickly as they could. They wanted to pour their last bit of energy into the divine hall so that it could unleash even more power. Although there were several receival experts and many returnance experts from the world of forsaken saints present, all of them held great confidence in the divine hall after witnessing its extraordinary appearance. This was because the divine hall was supported by hundreds of beasts. Countless divine halls had appeared throughout history, but none of them had ever appeared in such a manner. At the same time, Over half of the beasts did not belong to the Tian-Yuan continent. They clearly did not belong to this world. This was because the Divine Hall had been left behind by Mo Tianyun in the past. Although many people believed that Mo Tianyun was at the origin realm, that was only a guess. No one on the Tian-Yuan continent knew just how powerful Mo Tianyun was. After all, there had only been 4 such experts in ancient times. Mo Tianyun had only clashed with the war god, a Ruijin, at the same level of cultivation. Mo Tianyun had won that battle. He had repelled the war god. Chapter 1551. All the human experts on the Tian-Yuan continent, regardless of whether they were the Holy Emperor, or the Saint Rulers, shot into the sky. They flew toward the Divine Hall in the sky. All of them understood that the strength of the world of Forsaken Saints was not something the Tian-Yuan continent could stop. They were already at the end of their rope, so the appearance of the Divine Hall in Mercenary City immediately gave them all hope. Now, the Divine Hall had become the only thing they could rely on. At the same time, the remaining experts of the magical beasts, 100 races, and sea race did not fall behind. They all flew into the sky at the same time, flying toward the Divine Hall as quickly as they could. All of them secretly accumulated energy along the way. As soon as they approached the Divine Hall, they would pour all their energy into it without any hesitation so that they could unleash the Divine Hall's greatest power. Tianjian had yelled out in the language of the Tian-Yuan continent. The experts of the magical beasts, sea race, and 100 races had already stayed on the Tian-Yuan continent for many days before the battle, so they had already grasped the language. However, the people from the world of Forsaken Saints did not understand the language of the Tian-Yuan continent. They had communicated with the Tian-Yuan continent through the senses of their souls, so they could bypass the language barrier between the two worlds. As a result, no one from the world of Forsaken Saints could understand what Tianjian had just said. When the Origin Realm experts discovered that all the people from the 4 races were flying toward the Divine Hall in the sky at the same time, they thought that they wanted to take refuge in the Divine Hall to avoid the crisis. They all sneered as disdain filled their eyes. Although the Divine Hall had made a great appearance, they had already witnessed its power. Even though it was extraordinary, it was only enough to pose a threat to the Holy Emperor. It was nothing before the Origin Realm experts, and they could destroy it with a wave of their hand. As a result, they did not stop the people from approaching the Divine Hall. Instead, they hovered in the air as they mocked them. In just a few seconds, all the people from the 4 races had disappeared into the azure light from the Divine Hall. Afterward, under Tianjian's orders, all of them arrived before the Divine Hall and pressed their hands against it. They poured all the energy within them into the Divine Hall without holding back at all. Immediately, the Supreme Divine Hall shone with azure light. Its might was overwhelming, filling the entire sky. The strange beasts condensed from the azure light became even more corporeal at that moment. They were lifelike, as if they were alive. They let out the cries of hundreds of beasts as they revolved around the Divine Hall. The Divine Hall's power immediately skyrocketed with the energy from these people. Another stream of azure light condensed from the Divine Hall and shot toward the Origin Realm experts with unbelievable speed. The azure streams moved at the speed of light. They were so fast that even Ouyang Yangwen, who was at late returnance, was unable to dodge them. The streams of light closed in on him in a single moment and wrapped around him like a dumpling. This time, the Divine Hall was so powerful that it erupted with the combined power of all the experts from the Tian-Yuan continent. It was far more powerful than when Tianjian controlled it alone. As a result, the azure streams of light were much more powerful than before. The receival experts from the world of Forsaken Saints were unable to shatter the streams of light as easily as before. Only the elders who had reached returnance managed to shatter the azure ribbons of light like before. Although the azure ribbons were still unable to restrain them, they could clearly sense that the ribbons had become much more powerful this time. The expressions of the receival experts, who were still trapped, all changed when they saw how flexible the streams of light were. The sainthood experts of this world had actually strengthened the divine hall to such a level that it could even trap receival experts. This was definitely not a good sign for them. Suddenly, the receival experts all bellowed out. Origin energy surged out from their bodies as they used everything they had to break free from the restraints of the streams of light. However, even with that being the case, they were unable to shatter the streams of light. All they could do was use their powerful origin energy to push the streams apart by an inch. They were unable to shatter the streams of light. When the ribbons were torn apart, a receival expert even controlled his sword to stand on the ribbons with his mind. The azure ribbons immediately shook violently, but they stabilized very soon. The attack failed to cut through the ribbons. A cold light immediately flashed through Ouyang Yangwen's eyes when he saw this. He glared at the divine hall that loomed in the air and gloomily said, "With the addition of a group of sainthood experts, the formations of the divine hall have become much more powerful, allowing it to deal with receival experts. However, it's still not enough to deal with returnance experts. Watch how I destroy this divine hall." Ouyang Yangwen wielded his sword in his right hand and fused with it. He shone with resplendent light as he tore through the azure light. He charged into the azure light with an unstoppable force and struck the divine hall. Boom! A deafening boom immediately erupted when the two collided. Terrifying ripples of energy ripped through the surroundings, causing large swathes of space to collapse. Ouyang Yangwen's face suddenly changed the moment his sword struck the divine hall. Disbelief filled his eyes. He felt like the divine hall before him was an extremely tough fortress. Not only did his attack fail to shatter the divine hall as he had imagined, but it did not even leave behind a single mark. The divine hall did not even shake. He was unable to move the divine hall at all with his strength at late returnance. Afterwards, a powerful force appeared, causing Ouyang Yangwen's entire right arm to become numb. He was blown away as well. The Supreme Divine Palace was enveloped by a thick layer of green light. It was faintly discernible, standing in its original place without any damage. It gave off a tremendous pressure. Ouyang Yangwen became stunned by this sight. He stared at the divine hall in shock as his heart churned. Just what kind of divine hall was it? It was so tough that he was unable to damage it at all with his strength. He, Ouyang Yangwen, had lived for several tens of thousands of years. Apart from the sacred spirit hall, there was no other divine hall that could compare to the divine hall before him. The other elders and protectors in the world of forsaken saints were stunned as well. Disbelief filled their faces. With Elder Ouyang's strength, he was unable to damage the divine hall at all. Just how powerful was the divine hall? Chapter 1552. This divine hall should be their final trump card. It's extremely tough, such that I can't damage it at all, but they won't be able to maintain it for long with their strength. If we constantly attack the divine hall and waste away their energy, they'll be able to maintain it for even less time. Once they lose the protection of the divine hall, I'd like to see what other trump cards they have, Ouyang Yangwen said with a sneer. He glanced past the remaining returnance experts and said, "Elders, let's attack the divine hall together. Today, we might be able to obtain a divine hall that's as powerful as our sacred spirit hall." Ouyang Yangwen's voice became filled with excitement towards the end. The divine hall before them was so powerful that it tempted all of them. They all turned their attention to the divine hall, even forgetting about the origin realm experts from the Tian Yuan continent. In the eyes of the elders and protectors from the world of forsaken saints, although the Tian Yuan continent possessed a few astonishing experts, they posed no threat to the world of forsaken saints. Elder Ouyang could deal with them all by himself. Not to mention, there was the even more terrifying Spirit King aside from Elder Ouyang. If they could obtain such a powerful divine hall and bring it back to the world of forsaken saints, it would still be a great merit even if they could not possess it. The merit would be countless times greater than conquering this world. The other returnants elders from the world of Forsaken Saints obviously had no objections to Ouyang Yangwen's orders. They all used their full strength, striking the Divine Hall with their most powerful attacks. Immediately, booms rang out in the sky. Terrifying ripples of energy formed powerful storms that wreaked havoc in the surroundings, causing wild gales to kick up. Sand and pebbles were kicked into the air, causing the entire sky to darken. The Tianyuan continent, which had already been shattered, collapsed in large swaths from the powerful ripples of energy. The ground sank, revealing a pitch-black, bottomless abyss. It truly seemed like the end of the world. The world was being destroyed. Ouyang Yangwen, on the other hand, shot out several dozen strands of sword chi to cut through the azure light that was still wrapped around the Receival experts, helping them break free. After regaining their freedom, the Receival experts did not hesitate at all. They all joined in the attack on the Divine Hall. "Big brother, are you alright? You've lost a lot of blood. Big brother, let's run to Master's shrine." Xiao Ling sobbed as she stared at the bloody Jianchen with tears in her eyes. Afterwards, she waved her hand and enveloped Jianchen with origin energy. She flew down to the Supreme Divine Hall with Jianchen as quickly as she could. Xiao Ling was the only Origin Realm expert on the side of the Tianyuan continent who was uninjured. Neither of them could do anything to the other in their battle. At the same time, Changyang Mingyue raised her head and glanced at the Divine Hall that was surrounded by 100 beasts. After a moment of hesitation, she turned into a blur and entered the Divine Hall with lightning-like speed. Tai Ta also flew up from the depths of the ground. He gave off a layer of golden light, but the current golden light was extremely dim compared to before. His face was pale, and his expression was haggard. He flew towards the Divine Hall with a weak expression. Xiao Jin flew up from below as well. He had just been cut in half by Ouyang Yangwen's strike, but he had already recovered. His original form was the origin energy of the metallic spirit. His body had been condensed from a ball of golden liquid, so recovering his body was nothing difficult for him. Amagami hovered above Houston as he dragged his heavily injured body toward the Supreme Divine Hall. The Origin Realm experts on the Tianyuan continent's side all flew toward the Supreme Divine Hall. Ouyang Yangwen frowned when he saw this. He called out, "This Divine Hall is already so powerful with the support of a group of sainthood experts. If a few Origin Realm experts join in, who knows how much more powerful it will become. Stop them quickly. Stop them. Don't let them enter the Divine Hall." The returnants elders from the world of Forsaken Saints immediately took action to stop Jianchen and the others from entering the Divine Hall. At the same time, another stream of azure light swept toward them at an unbelievable speed. At the same time, the streams of light around the Holy Emperor were withdrawn in a single instance. They gathered power and condensed into an even more powerful stream of light, which shot toward Jianchen Yangwen. The returnants elders from the world of Forsaken Saints were completely helpless against the azure streams of light. Although the streams of light were unable to threaten them, they moved just too quickly. They were so fast that they were unable to react, making it impossible for them to dodge. Every time the streams of light swept toward them, they would be tightly bound. At the same time, Changyang Mingyue had entered the Divine Hall first. The Divine Hall had obtained the assistance of an early returnants expert, so the azure streams of light became even more powerful. This time, the trapped elders had to expend quite a lot of effort to break free from the restraints of the azure streams of light. Ouyang Yangwen, on the other hand, failed to break free immediately because the azure ribbon that bound him was the most powerful. Jianchen, Xiao Ling, Tai Ta, Xiao Jin, and Houston all entered the Divine Hall, disappearing from the sights of the Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saints. Ouyang Yangwen's face was terrifyingly sunken. He stared at the vague Divine Hall and gritted his teeth. Even with the support of a few Origin Realm experts, they're all heavily injured. They won't be able to recover in a few months or even years. I'd like to see if the Divine Hall can last for a few months. Not only do I want to flatten this world, but I want to take away the Divine Hall as well. Ouyang Yangwen and the other Origin Realm experts all attacked the Divine Hall as hard as they could. At the same time, they ordered the Holy Emperors below, all Holy Emperors, scatter and kill all the cultivators in this world. Remember, no one can kill more than 1,000,000 people, just in case you draw the celestial decay. Immediately, a bloodthirsty light appeared in the eyes of the Holy Emperor from the world of forsaken saints. They immediately scattered, spreading out in all directions. Tianjian's face immediately changed drastically in the Supreme Divine Hall. Without any hesitation, he immediately controlled the power of the Divine Hall to emit azure light, which turned into ribbons that caught up to the scattered Saint Emperors in a single instance. They bound up all the Saint Emperors from the foreign world, preventing them from committing a boundless slaughter in this world. Ouyang Yangwen could not help but laugh aloud when he saw this. All of this was within his expectations. He really did not care about the lives of the weaker cultivators from the Tian-Yuan continent. His true objective was to increase the consumption of the Divine Hall's power. Chapter 1553. Tianjian sat on a white jade pedestal in a majestic hall as he controlled the Divine Hall. Jianshan, Shaoling, Shaojin, Houston, Taita, Changyang Mingyue, Shangguan Mu'er, and so on all gathered around him. They poured their energy into the pedestal, allowing the Divine Hall to erupt with even greater power to fend off the Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saint. With the support of the Origin Realm experts, the Divine Hall immediately became much more powerful. The azure streams of light firmly wrapped around the receival experts from the world of Forsaken Saints, preventing them from breaking free. The returnants experts were trapped as well. For a moment, the two sides entered a stalemate. However, what made them feel helpless was that the Divine Hall was a defensive Divine Hall. Although it possessed offensive formations, they were pitifully weak when compared to its defensive power. It was nowhere near enough to kill Origin Realm experts. This Divine Hall consumes far too much energy, and there's no Origin energy in this world. Once we run out of Origin energy, it'll be extremely difficult to recover if we just absorb the energy of the world. If this continues, it'll be extremely disadvantageous to us. We probably won't be able to last much longer, Changyang Mingyue said sternly. Even with a large group of sainthood experts and a few Origin Realm experts supporting the Divine Hall, they would not be able to stop Ouyang Yangwen's group for too long. After all, the Divine Hall's offensive power was so weak that it was negligible. Just defending passively was not an option. Moreover, whether it was using the azure streams to trap Ouyang Yangwen's group or using the toughness of the Divine Hall to endure their attacks, it would consume the Divine Hall's energy. Once the Divine Hall ran out of energy and they became exhausted, the Divine Hall's formations would lose their effectiveness. At that time, Ouyang Yangwen's group would still not be able to destroy the Divine Hall, but they would possess the strength to take it away. A Divine Hall that had run out of energy and formations would only have its toughness and weight left. Perhaps the Holy Emperor would be helpless against this weight, but it might not be enough to stop Origin Realm experts. Everyone frowned when they heard Changyang Mingyue's words. Their complexions became very ugly. Jianshan sank into his thoughts for a while before a cold light flashed through his eyes. He said with a deep voice, "We can't let this continue. You guys maintain the Divine Hall. I'll go heal immediately. I'll leave the Saint artifact here. You all take turns entering the artifact space so the artifact spirit can heal you." Jianshan left behind the Saint artifact and left by himself. He found a quiet place to heal. Although the fusion of the twin swords had failed, Jianshan still suffered a huge backlash. Not only had he suffered unimaginable injuries, his body had almost collapsed, but his soul had also suffered heavy injuries. In a secret room within the Divine Hall, Jianshan used another droplet of precious sap from the amethyst spiritual bamboo. He pressed it against his forehead, and as soon as it came in contact with his forehead, it silently seeped in. It turned into a refreshing presence that nourished Jianshan's soul, allowing it to recover rapidly. At the same time, Jianshan used the origin energy of a Class 9, Radiant Saint Master as well as his chaotic body to heal as quickly as he could. As Jianshan healed, the Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saints were all trapped by the azure streams of light. Even Ouyang Yangwen was not able to avoid it. However, even though he was restrained, he did not seem nervous at all. Instead, he sneered and said, "I'd like to see just how long you can last. There's no origin energy in this world, so once you run out of energy, it'll be extremely difficult to recover." "Elder Ouyang, are we just going to waste time with them like this?" a protector at Receival asked. Ouyang Yangwen glanced at him and sneered. "Do you have any other ideas aside from wasting time with them like this? If the Divine Hall doesn't run out of energy, we won't be able to do anything to them. Even if I break free from these restraints with my full strength, I won't be able to do anything to the Divine Hall." In the blink of an eye, the stalemate lasted for an entire day. During that day, the Origin Realm experts trapped by the azure streams of light might not have used up a lot of origin energy, but in order to prevent the shockwaves from attacking the Divine Hall from destroying the Tian Yuan continent, the Divine Hall could only conjure up azure streams of light to restrain them. As a result, the consumption was extremely great. Many of the sainthood experts had even used up all their saint force and were currently sitting down to recover. However, the rate at which they recovered saint force could not compare to the rate at which it was used up. As time went on, all the sainthood experts would use up all their saint force. Without their help, the power of the Divine Hall would weaken. The longer the situation dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for the Tian Yuan continent. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly charged out of the Divine Hall. He was enveloped by a layer of powerful light, radiating with an extremely sharp sword chi. The azulate swords hovered above his head, shining with an azure and violet light. Compared to before, the light was much dimmer. At the same time, the swords were covered in cracks. As soon as Jianshan appeared, he charged toward the returnance expert closest to him with lightning speed. His killing intent surged as his presence surged, causing the clouds in the surroundings to churn. The returnance expert was Elder Zhang, who had fought against Houston earlier. Elder Zhang's face immediately changed when he saw Jianshan charge toward him. Without any hesitation, he erupted with his full strength, immediately pushing the azure streams 3 meters away. At the same time, a 4-meter-long sword appeared in his hand. He stabbed out with it. Elder Zhang knew Jianshan's strength, so he used his full strength right from the start. He did not hold back at all. Jianshan had already recovered from his wounds. He had returned to his peak condition. Although the azulate swords had been damaged, he could still defeat mid-returnance experts when he used his full strength. However, Elder Zhang was only at early returnance, so as soon as they clashed, Jianshan knocked Elder Zhang's sword away with the Ziying sword. At the same time, the Qing Suo sword was controlled by Jianshan. It turned into a streak of azure light and chopped off Elder Zhang's right arm. Elder Zhang grunted. Just when he wanted to retreat, the azure streams of light had lost the support of his origin energy when he used his full strength against Jianshan. They immediately retreated and wrapped around Elder Zhang's body. Oh no! Elder Zhang's heart immediately sank. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, a green light flashed in his eyes. Elder Zhang did not hesitate at all. He immediately abandoned his physical body and escaped with his origin spirit. With a panicked expression, he fled toward the spatial tunnel. Spurt! The Ziying sword pierced Elder Zhang's head. Jianshan slapped the hilt of the sword, and Elder Zhang's head immediately exploded. The Ziying sword turned into a violet streak of light and chased after Elder Zhang's fleeing soul with lightning speed. Elder Zhang's soul was nowhere near as fast as the Ziying sword. Seeing that he could not escape, he immediately cried out for help, "Elder Ouyang, save!" However, before he could even finish his words, the Ziying sword caught up and destroyed his soul. Chapter 1554. The other Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saints all witnessed how Jianshan had killed Elder Zhang with lightning speed. They were all greatly shaken, causing the expressions of the other elders to drastically change. The hearts of the Receival experts churned. They could not remain calm at all. Some of them had even begun to fear Jianshan. As a Returnance expert, Elder Zhang had actually been slain by Jianshan in just 3 moves. Although Elder Zhang had been suppressed, which was why he could not withstand a single attack, it was still enough to demonstrate just how powerful Jianshan's battle prowess was. Jianshan had only needed 3 moves to kill Elder Zhang, who had the strength to temporarily break free. If Jianshan had targeted the Receival experts, they would have only been able to watch helplessly as they died. Even if they managed to escape with their souls, they would not have been able to escape death. Elder Zhang's fate was the best proof of that. More and more of the Receival protectors from the world of Forsaken Saints began to feel fear when they realized this. This was because they were unable to temporarily break free from the azure streams of light like Returnance experts could. Jianshan had already charged toward a second Returnance expert. His target was still the Elder. Jianshan directly ignored the Receival expert. In Jianshan's eyes, whether it was Shaoling, Taita, Changyang Mingyue, or Houston, killing Receival experts would not be difficult at all. Only Returnance experts could pose a serious threat to them. He needed to kill as many Returnance experts as possible now that the Returnance experts had been suppressed. Every Returnance expert the world of Forsaken Saints lost would reduce the pressure the Tianyuan continent faced slightly. Jianshan's second target was Qing Jingyun. Although Qing Jingyun was a mid-Returnance expert, she had been heavily injured by Changyang Mingyue when she clashed with her earlier. She had yet to recover from her injuries, so her strength was greatly affected. Killing her would be relatively easier. Qing Jingyun's eyes suddenly narrowed as her expression drastically changed. She knew exactly how powerful Jianshan was. Even Xiongzhong, who was at late Returnance, had been defeated. Even if she was in peak condition, she would not be the opponent of such an expert, let alone now that she was heavily injured and trapped by the azure ribbons. At this critical moment, Qing Jingyun could no longer care about suppressing her injuries. Bearing the consequences of her worsening injuries, she erupted with all of her strength and underwent a sublimation, allowing her strength to temporarily return to its peak state and break free from the binding of the azure ribbons. But in doing so, she clearly paid a huge price. She spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and her complexion became even paler. Even the injuries in her body were rapidly worsening. She simply couldn't hold on for long in such a state. Qing Jingyun clenched her teeth as determination flickered through her eyes. In this moment of life and death, she was willing to give up on everything and face her opponent in her strongest state. She did not care even if she would be heavily injured. She just wanted to fight for a chance at survival. She swung the whip in her hand and it immediately elongated. It shone with an azure light as it wrapped around Jianshan with lightning speed. Vaguely, the roar of a dragon seemed to ring out from the whip. A cold light flickered through Jianshan's eyes. He swung the Ziying sword at the whip with a resplendent glow. Immediately, the whip began to glow with azure light as sparks flew from the collision. The dragon's roar also rang through the sky at that moment. It was deafening as the might of a dragon permeated the surroundings. Moreover, the moment the Ziying sword came in contact with the whip, which had already grown to several thousand meters long, wrapped around the Ziying sword like an extremely nimble snake. Jianshan's eyes immediately narrowed. He could not help but study the whip. It was extremely extraordinary. When he swung his sword at the whip earlier, he felt like he had struck the body of a divine dragon. Sparks flew from the collision as if the whip was actually a divine dragon. Afterwards, Jianshan's arm suddenly trembled. The Ziying sword immediately shone brightly as sword qi surged into the sky. It broke free from the whip in an instant. Jianshan held the sword in his right hand as he gently tapped the whip with the tip of his foot. He shot towards Qing Jingyun like an arrow. Qing Jingyun's whip danced rapidly, expanding to several thousand meters long. It immediately spiraled in the air like a divine dragon. At the end of the whip, an azure dragon's head appeared, blocking Jianshan's approach. A 3-meter-wide shield completely formed from the whip appeared before Qing Jingyun. Jianshan used the light from his sword to protect himself as he shot towards Qing Jingyun as a streak of light. He dispersed the dragon's head with a single strike before moving through the air as fast as he could. He collided with Qing Jingyun's shield with an unstoppable force. The Ziying sword shone brightly as it struck the center of the shield. With a great boom, the shield immediately collapsed while Qing Jingyun vomited blood. She was blown away as if she had been heavily injured. Heavy killing intent appeared in Jianshan's eyes. He immediately pursued, determined to kill Qing Jingyun. He showed no mercy at all. Let's go save Qing Jingyun. Jianshan may be very powerful, but killing him will only take a few moves if we work together, a returnant's elder called out. Immediately, several of them erupted with their full strength in an attempt to break free from the restraints of the azure ribbons. However, at this moment, the azure ribbons shone brightly. They erupted with an even greater power, trapping the returnant's experts. They were unable to break free and save Qing Jingyun in a short amount of time. However, at this moment a great boom rang out. Ouyang Yangwen erupted with a surging presence and swung his sword as hard as he could at the azure ribbons. Immediately, the ribbons shattered. The azure ribbons could restrain mid-returnance experts and even prevent them from breaking free in a short amount of time if they used their full strength. However, it was rather difficult to keep Ouyang Yangwen trapped. After all, Ouyang Yangwen was just too powerful. His battle prowess was no weaker than those who had just reached reciprocity. He had been willing to be trapped by the azure ribbons earlier because he wanted to waste away the divine hall's power. Ouyang Yangwen did not hesitate after breaking free. He immediately charged toward Jianshan. A blood-red world appeared behind Ouyang Yangwen. A blood-red sun had already set on the western horizon while a crescent moon slowly rose in the eastern sky. It hung high in the sky and shone with a demonic light. Chapter 1555. This time, Ouyang Yangwen directly used a secret technique. He wanted to kill Jianshan as quickly as possible. A single divine hall was enough to give them a headache. If Jianshan caused trouble outside and killed the Origin Realm experts trapped by the azure streams of light, the world of Forsaken Saints would suffer extremely great losses. The world of Forsaken Saints could not care less about the lives of the Holy Emperor, but they had to worry about the number of Origin Realm experts they had. Moreover, the azure streams of light moved just too quickly. Even Ouyang Yangwen was unable to dodge them. As long as they swept toward him, he would definitely become entangled. Although he could break free from the azure streams of light if he used his full strength, it would take an extremely large toll on his origin energy if the situation persisted for too long. In a world without origin energy, it would be extremely difficult for him to recover once he ran out of origin energy. This was also the reason why Ouyang Yangwen wanted to kill Jianshan in such a hurry. The blood-red sword qi shone with a dazzling red light as it shot toward Jianshan with the power of the blood-red sun. The sword qi was like a streak of light as it gave off a shocking presence, dyeing the entire region blood-red. Ouyang Yangwen was already stronger than Jianshan. Coupled with the fact that he had used a secret technique to erupt with an even greater might, Jianshan dared not to be careless at all. Jianshan glanced at Qing Jingyun with some regret. He was so close to killing a second returnant's elder from the world of Forsaken Saints, but he was forced to give up now. Suddenly, the twin swords seemed to recover their previous might. They erupted with intense azure and violet light as well as a dazzling white light. They radiated with surging sword intent. This was the power of laws that Jianchen had grasped at partial achievement of sword origin. Now, Jianchen could no longer worry about damaging the twin swords. He used his full strength. He formed a seal with his hands and the twin swords shot toward the blood-red sword Qi with lightning speed as they extended to 300 meters in length. A deafening boom immediately erupted when the two swords collided. The blood-red sword Qi was extremely powerful. The azulate swords were blown far away while the sword Qi continued toward Jianchen with the power of the blood-red sun. It moved extremely quickly, arriving before Jianchen with a flash of red. However, the sword Qi rapidly weakened after being obstructed by the twin swords. It was no longer as powerful as before. Jianchen's eyes narrowed. Although the sword Qi had been drastically weakened, he could still sense that it was not to be underestimated. In that critical moment, he stepped off the ground and retreated rapidly. He appeared several thousand meters away in a single instant. At the same time, he formed a sword with his right hand and used his cultivation at partial achievement of sword origin. He condensed the power of the laws of the sword into his fingers, causing a snow-white streak of light to appear in his right hand. It shone with a dazzling light. His comprehension of the way of the sword was limited, so the power of the laws of the sword was not extremely powerful. It was even slightly weaker than the twin swords. However, the twin swords had been blown away and could not return to his hand in time, so they became the best method to block the remaining sword Qi. Boom! With a great boom, the two sword Qis collided. Immediately, it was like a brilliant firework had bloomed in the sky. Countless strands of sword Qis shot out in all directions like scattered petals from a celestial maiden. Jianchen's sword Qi dispersed, but a finger-sized strand of sword Qi remained. It passed through Jianchen's body with a demonic red light. Jianchen shuddered. The strand of sword Qi contained a sliver of the power of the blood-red sun, causing it to become extremely hot. The wound on his chest rapidly began to melt, and in the blink of an eye, a fist-sized hole appeared. His organs were heavily damaged. Jianchen immediately suppressed the wound with chaotic force and used radiant saint force to heal. The second transformation of the blood sun and crescent moon, force of moonrise. Ouyang Yangwen called out and continued to use the secret technique. However, before he could use the second transformation, there was a flash of azure light, and he was bound by the azure ribbons of light once again. This time, the ribbons were even more powerful. They actually forced back the origin energy that permeated Ouyang Yangwen's body in a single instance. At the same time, there was a flash of golden light behind Ouyang Yangwen. Tai Ta silently appeared behind Ouyang Yangwen with his golden axe. A supreme battle intent condensed into an illusionary golden axe above his head, fusing with the axe in his hand. Immediately, he erupted with an even more powerful presence. The axe fused with the soul as it directly swung towards Ouyang Yangwen's head. Ouyang Yangwen's face suddenly changed. Tai Ta had appeared without any prior signs, so he had failed to sense him earlier. If he had not been restrained, he obviously would not have cared about Tai Ta's attack at all. However, he felt an intense sense of danger now. "Be careful, Elder Ouyang." The other elders from the world of Forsaken Saints discovered Ouyang Yangwen's situation as well. Their faces all changed as they cried out. Ouyang Yangwen's eyes exploded with light. He suddenly bellowed at the sky and surging origin energy surged out of his body without holding back at all. It was enough to obliterate space and make the world tremble. Even though the azure ribbons did not shatter under his full strength, they were pushed a meter away. The golden axe was almost touching Ouyang Yangwen's head. At this critical juncture, Ouyang Yangwen only had time to raise the longsword in his hand to block above his head. The golden axe landed on Ouyang Yangwen's sword with great force. The terrifying force directly knocked Ouyang Yangwen out of the sky and toward the ground. Jianchen turned into a blur and shot over with lightning speed. He caught up to Ouyang Yangwen in a single instance and stabbed out with the Ziying sword. Ouyang Yangwen swung his sword and blocked the Ziying sword. At the same time, he forced Jianchen back. However, the Qing Suo sword stabbed into Ouyang Yangwen's abdomen under Jianchen's control. It turned into a streak of azure light and left behind the power of laws in Ouyang Yangwen's body. Ouyang Yangwen paled and spat out a mouthful of blood. He lowered his head and looked at his abdomen. Disbelief filled his face as he murmured somewhat absent-mindedly, "I've actually been injured. Impossible, this is impossible. How could they have injured me?" Ouyang Yangwen struggled to accept this. He was the greatest elder of the world of Forsaken Saints and a late returnance expert, only second to the Spirit King. However, he had been injured by someone who had not even reached the Origin Realm. This dealt a huge blow to his confidence. "Tai Ta, go kill the Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saints. I'll keep him busy," Jianchen said to Tai Ta before aggressively charging toward Ouyang Yangwen. The azure streams of light were unable to trap Ouyang Yangwen at all. In order to prevent Ouyang Yangwen from interfering with Tai Ta's battle against the other Origin Realm experts, he could only keep Ouyang Yangwen busy so that he could not break free. Without any hesitation, Tai Ta immediately charged toward the Origin Realm expert. However, he knew that he was still slightly weaker than Jianchen. It would take some effort for him to kill returnance experts, but time was of the essence, so he did not deal with the elders. Instead, he charged toward the protectors. The protectors were unable to break free from the restraints at all. When they saw Tai Ta fly toward them, their expressions immediately changed. A few of them called for help from the elders. Immediately, 2 of the elders broke free from the restraints and worked together to deal with Tai Ta. With Tai Ta's strength, it would be rather difficult for him to deal with 2 returnance experts by himself, so he was firmly suppressed as soon as they began fighting. At this moment, Changyang Mingyue saw what was happening outside and immediately said, "Let me deal with them." Tianjian opened his eyes as he sat on the white jade seat and controlled the divine hall. He said, "None of us can leave, or we probably won't be able to keep them trapped." Changyang Mingyue paused when she heard that. After a moment of hesitation, she did not leave in the end. She stayed behind to provide the divine hall with power and keep the experts from the world of Forsaken Saints trapped. Tianjian glanced past the people in the surroundings and said, "I need everyone's full support to make the divine hall even more powerful and keep the returnance experts trapped so that Tai Ta has time to kill the receival experts. Every Origin Realm expert that the world of Forsaken Saints loses will reduce some of the pressure on the Divine Hall so that we can deal with the other Origin Realm experts." The Origin Realm experts in the Divine Hall did not hesitate at all. They immediately placed their hands on the white jade seat and poured their energy into it, allowing the Divine Hall to unleash even more power. The 2 returnance experts who had encircled Tai Ta were trapped again very soon. Without their interference, Tai Ta immediately charged toward the Origin Realm expert. "Elders, let's all work together to kill him," suggested a returnance elder. "The restraints of the azure streams of light have become even stronger. We may be able to break free temporarily with our strength, but it'll consume far too much Origin energy. Even if we break free, we'll only be able to attack a few times before we'll be bound again. It'll be difficult to kill this person even if we attack a few times," another elder said with a heavy voice. Qing Jingyun coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. She glanced around and weakly said, "Elders, I'm very heavily injured. I won't be of any help if I stay here. I'll be leaving first." With that, Qing Jingyun used a secret technique. She burned her essence blood in exchange for great power to break free. Afterward, she entered the tunnel without even looking back, fleeing back to the world of Forsaken Saints. Qing Jingyun's departure was not obstructed at all. However, as soon as she left, the azure ribbons around her immediately split into 6. They were all used on the 6 other elders, causing their expressions to change. At this moment, a miserable cry rang out. A receival expert had died to Tai Ta's hands. His soul had been wiped out. However, the death of the receival expert caused the faces of all the returnance experts to become extremely sunken. This was because they discovered that the azure ribbons around the receival expert had split into 6 again, firmly binding the 6 of them. Chapter 1556. Ouyang Yangwen's face became extremely sunken when he heard that. Although the remaining experts from the world of Forsaken Saints could still easily sweep through the entire world, the appearance of the Divine Hall had turned the situation around. They had actually fallen into such an awkward situation despite originally having the upper hand. The Holy Emperor and all the receival protectors had been trapped by the azure light from the Divine Hall. It was impossible for them to break free. The returnance experts, including Ouyang Yangwen himself, were also entangled by the azure light. With the death of a receival protector and Qing Jingyun's departure, the restraints on the 5 of them became even more intense. Originally, Ouyang Yangwen wanted to exhaust the power of the Divine Hall. Once the Divine Hall ran out of energy, the people hiding in there would be trapped. They would not be able to escape even if they wanted to. At that time, not only would they be able to wipe out all the Origin Realm experts in the world in a single stroke, but the Divine Hall would also belong to them. However, Ouyang Yangwen had never thought that the situation would be the exact opposite. Not only did they fail to exhaust the power of the Divine Hall as they wished, but they had also been forced into a passive situation. Even the extremely confident Ouyang Yangwen felt a sliver of pressure. The azure light had strengthened, making it impossible for him to break through it. He could only use origin energy to keep it open. Not only did he have to use a portion of his energy to stop the strengthening of the azure light, but he also had to suppress the wound on his abdomen and stop the power of laws from spreading through his body. Under these circumstances and facing Jianshin's sharp attacks, Ouyang Yangwen barely managed to maintain the upper hand. He was no longer able to crush Jianshin in an overwhelming manner like before, nor was he able to stop Tai Ta. At this moment, another miserable cry rang out. The second receival protector from the world of Forsaken Saints had died to Tai Ta's hands. His head had been cleaved in by Tai Ta's axe, and his soul had been wiped out. As soon as the protector died, the 5 returnance elders from the world of Forsaken Saints immediately felt the azure streams of light become slightly more powerful. All of their expressions changed drastically, and even Ouyang Yangwen struggled to remain calm. If all the receival protectors were slain by Tai Ta, they would no longer be able to shoulder the burden of the Divine Hall. The azure streams of light would probably become so powerful that even returnance elders would not be able to break free. At that time, only death would await them. Moreover, their world of Forsaken Saints would not be able to bear the loss if so many Origin Realm experts died here. Elder Ouyang, the situation is getting worse for us. Let's retreat first. He glanced at the tunnel below from time to time. Clearly, he had already made up his mind. If Ouyang Yangwen wanted to remain here, he would flee even if he had to risk offending Ouyang Yangwen. Ouyang Yangwen clearly understood the situation as well. A sliver of humiliation appeared in his eyes as he gritted his teeth. Everyone, retreat to the world of Forsaken Saints. The remaining elders did not hesitate at all. They immediately used their full strength to break free from the restraints of the azure streams of light. However, they did not enter the tunnel immediately after breaking free. Instead, they all arrived beside the receival experts who could not break free from the streams of light to save them. The azure streams of light that trapped the receival protectors were clearly much weaker. They were nothing before returnance experts. With the assistance of the returnance experts, all the receival protectors were freed in just a short while. At the same time, Ouyang Yangwen furiously bellowed out. He forced Jianshin back with a full-powered strike of his sword. He quickly swung his sword and shot out a sword chi that cut through the azure streams of light that trapped the Holy Emperor. He took everyone back into the tunnel, returning to their world in horrible shape. The Supreme Divine Hall did not pursue them, allowing them to flee like that. If the Supreme Divine Hall continued to trap them, they could have lost half of their experts or even all of them. However, at the same time, all the Origin Realm experts supporting the Supreme Divine Hall would have used up all their Origin energy to achieve such a victory. Their Origin energy might not even be enough to wipe out all the Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saints. Once they ran out of Origin energy in this world without Origin energy, they would not be able to recover for several decades or even centuries. Without their support, the power of the Divine Hall would be drastically reduced. Once the experts from the foreign world attacked again, they would not be able to fend them off at all. After the people from the world of Forsaken Saints retreated, the Supreme Divine Hall rapidly descended from the sky. It blocked the exit of the tunnel, blocking it. The intense battle between the two worlds finally came to an end. All the survivors of the four races on the Tianyuan continent let out a sigh of relief. The joy of victory appeared on many of their faces. In the Supreme Divine Hall, many sainthood experts poured all their saint force into the Divine Hall without holding back at all, so that the Divine Hall could unleash even greater power. Many of them directly collapsed to the ground as soon as the battle ended. They had used up all their energy, and some of them even used secret techniques to burn their essence blood. They were haggard and extremely weak right now. Tianjian and the Origin Realm experts in the surroundings all let out a sigh of relief. Tianjian's face paled. He was not the only one. Even the Origin Realm experts in the surroundings paled slightly as well. The consumption of energy from the Divine Hall was just too great. Although they had only used it for a short while, all of them had used up around 50% of their Origin energy. If the Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saints had not retreated, they would not have been able to last much longer. I never thought that the world of Forsaken Saints would attack so quickly. Fortunately, I refined the Divine Hall left behind by City Lord Mo Tianyun in time, or the consequences would have been unthinkable, said Tianjian. He felt extremely fortunate. If his Supreme Divine Hall had arrived a little later, the situation would have been completely different. I never thought that the Divine Hall would be so powerful. Even late returnance experts can't shake it. Mo Tianyun really is the greatest human expert after all. His true strength probably surpassed returnance in the past. Shangguan Mu studied the Divine Hall. She sighed in amazement. Chapter 1557. Everyone sighed in amazement when they heard what Xiao Ling had said. In reality, no one knew the strength of the four sovereigns back then because the cultivation realm above the Holy Emperor had yet to be announced. All those who had reached the Origin realm, whether they were receival, returnance, or reciprocity, were referred to as surpassing the Holy Emperor. After all, there were only 4 such experts in the entire world. Even now, only Poseidon knew the exact strength of the 4 sovereigns. No one knew the exact strength of Mo Tianyun, Aurajin, and the Winged Tiger. They could only guess a little from the bits and pieces of information that Xiao Ling had divulged. However, this was enough to make them sigh in amazement. Everyone, although the experts from the world of Forsaken Saints have retreated, they can attack our Tianyuan continent at any time as long as the tunnel remains open. As a result, it's best if you don't leave this Divine Hall. You have to be prepared to channel your energy into the Divine Hall at any time. Only by unleashing the Divine Hall's power to its maximum can we remain here and keep the people from the world of Forsaken Saints at bay, Tianjian said to the people around him. Tianjian said to the people around him. He slowly glanced past the Origin Realm experts with a determined gaze. His heart could not help but churn. Shangguan Mu, Changyang Mingyue, the Winged Tiger, and Tai Ta had all been his juniors in the past. They were much weaker than him, and he had even assisted a few of them in the past, protecting them. However, when he emerged from seclusion, it was like countless years had passed in the outside world. The people who had once supported him, and even received his protection, had all reached the Origin realm now. There was also Houston. He had been at the great perfection of the Holy Emperor in the past. They were both supreme experts who stood at the apex of the Tian Yuan continent, yet now, the person who was basically his age had also reached the origin realm. Tian Jian sighed in amazement. Although the Supreme Divine Hall had been placed at the entrance of the tunnel, just Tian Jian and the Divine Hall were not enough to guard the entrance. Although it was impossible for the people from the world of Forsaken Saints to destroy the Divine Hall, they possessed enough power to push it away. As a result, the Divine Hall needed to be maintained by many Origin Realm experts and Sainthood experts. Only then could the formation function and stop the experts from the world of Forsaken Saints. There was no need for Tian Jian to explain this. Everyone understood this, so none of the Origin Realm experts had any objections to Tian Jian's suggestion. They all agreed to stay and watch over the Divine Hall. There's an even more powerful Spirit King in the world of Forsaken Saints. The reason why the Spirit King hasn't come this time is probably because the tunnel is still unable to endure his power. Once the tunnel stabilizes, the Spirit King might enter the tunnel and attack the Divine Hall. The world of Forsaken Saints possesses origin energy, so even if the Spirit King runs out of it, he can recover in an extremely short amount of time. However, it's extremely difficult for us to recover origin energy here, so we need to conserve origin energy. At the same time, we need to use all the resources we can, including various monster cores regardless of grade, Saint Ruler skeletons, and the special crystal coins of the Sea Race. As long as it's something that can be extracted, we need to use it all. Only then can we last longer and slowly find a way to deal with the threat from the world of Forsaken Saints, Tian Jian said solemnly. Houston said with a heavy voice. His face was extremely stern. Most of his wounds had been healed by the artifact space, so he had changed into a new set of robes. It's rumored that the Spirit King's strength is equivalent to godhood. We probably won't be able to fend him off even if we have several hundred years to recuperate. At the same time, if he constantly exhausts the power of our Divine Hall, we'll only be able to last for a few decades or even a few years even if we gather all the power of the four races. How are we supposed to stop the Spirit King? In ancient times, the greatest human expert, Mo Tianyun, invaded the world of Forsaken Saints all by himself and committed a massacre. He killed many Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saints, causing them to suffer extremely heavy losses. In the end, he even sealed up the passage between the two worlds. Our grievances with the world of Forsaken Saints have been established since ancient times. Coupled with the recent battles we've had with the world of Forsaken Saints, our worlds are like fire and water. If we lose this place, our world will probably be reduced to ashes or even completely destroyed. Everyone felt very sorrowful when they heard that. Their joy from repelling the world of Forsaken Saints immediately vanished. They all understood that the Tian Yuan continent could use the Divine Hall to suppress the world of Forsaken Saints for a few decades at most or even less. They did not have much time to catch their breaths, so where was their chance of survival in the future? We need to have a supreme expert who can stand on par with the Spirit King in the next few years, Tian Jian said with a heavy voice as he slowly glanced past everyone. Everyone felt a heavy pressure. The reason why their strength had increased so quickly was because they had either obtained legacies or possessed heaven-defying heavenly resources. However, Houston and the White Tiger's legacies had all been used up, so it was impossible for their strength to undergo a second qualitative leap. Changyang Mingwei had only been able to reach returnance in such a short amount of time because of the 10,000-year Ice Soul. However, there were only 3 10,000-year Ice Souls, and they had taken a total of 3 million years to condense. It was impossible for them to obtain a fourth. As for Shangguan Mu she was blessed by the heavens because she was the mother of the innate chaotic body, so her strength increased extremely quickly. However, it was impossible for her to reach a level where she could stand on par with the Spirit King in such a short amount of time. This was because as her cultivation increased, her strength would slow down. My strength won't increase in a short amount of time either. There aren't that many resources for me to cultivate here. However, the corpse of the previous war god, a Ruejin, is still sealed on the wasteland continent. It's just that the last beast fur is in the Divine Hall, so it can't be opened. Senior Tianjian, please give the last beast fur to Taita so that he can open the seal. He might be able to benefit from it. Jianshan's voice rang out. He and Taita walked in together. Their clothes were stained with blood. I'll go get the last beast fur right now. Tianjian's eyes lit up. Without any hesitation, he immediately went to retrieve the last beast fur. Tianjian left and went to the treasury to retrieve the beast fur. However, the other Origin Realm experts remained where they were. They did not follow him. Uncle Xiao, you've finally emerged from seclusion. In the past, I had almost turned the entire world upside down in order to find you. Jianshan looked at Houston and bitterly smiled. Houston gently sighed. I've always been cultivating in the depths of the death nest in the past few years. I've entered a selfless state, so I can't sense the passage of time. Although my strength has increased drastically, it's a pity that I haven't been able to see my son one last time. Houston's face was filled with some regret and sorrow. The light in his eyes dimmed as well. When he left the death nest, he had scanned Longevity Valley with the senses of his soul. He had seen Xiao Mi's tombstone. Just how many people could experience the pain of sending off their own child? P.S. I still haven't recovered today, so I'll do my best to make up for what I owe tomorrow. Chapter 1558. Although Houston had already known that Xiao Mi's death would come, and he could not change it at all, he still felt extremely pained when the day truly arrived. Jianshan sighed inside as well. Houston had not been present on the day of Xiao Mi's death, so he had not been able to personally send Xiao Mi off. Not only did Houston feel regret, but he and all the villagers in Longevity Valley felt regret as well. Jianshan had no idea how to comfort Houston when he saw his father's expression. He could understand Houston's feelings. After all, he was a father as well. Jianshan looked at the white tiger. The white tiger had already shrunk, only a meter long. Its snow-white fur had been dyed red, and it gave off a heavy smell of blood. The white tiger had also been quite injured in the battle earlier. Although it had made a full recovery now, the blood on its body had not been washed away. Jianshan was filled with joy when he sensed the white tiger's current strength. He felt happy for the white tiger. His relationship with the white tiger was extremely special. Even Jianshan did not know what kind of feelings he had for the white tiger. In the past, the white tiger had been by Jianshan's side when it had just been born. It had not even opened its eyes yet. In the past few years, it had basically been inseparable from Jianshan aside from the time they spent in the Beast God Hall. Jianshan had watched the white tiger grow from a cub that had not even opened its eyes back then to its current state. The two of them were like companions, but they were also like father and son. Xiao Bai, I never thought that you would obtain such a great fortune in the Beast God Hall. You managed to reach the Origin Realm while this world is sealed, and you've also comprehended laws. Your mother will definitely be happy for you, Jianshan said with a smile. Jianshan looked at the white tiger. Afterward, he paused and said with some doubt, You've already reached the Origin Realm, so why can't you assume a human form? Could it be that the ancient divine beast, the winged tiger, won't be able to assume a human form for the rest of its life? A sliver of hesitation appeared in the white tiger's eyes when he heard that. However, the hesitation vanished soon after, replaced by determination. His body began to rapidly change, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a boy who seemed to be around 8 or 9 years old. He was extremely valiant and his skin was very tender, just like a newborn baby. His hair was snow-white, a foot long, and it casually draped over his shoulders. A mysterious light seemed to circulate through it, as if every single strand of hair was filled with power. His face, which still possessed some childishness, possessed a resoluteness that completely did not match his age, making him seem like a general who had gone through countless battles. Tai Ta, Changyang Mingwei, Shangguan Mu'er, Xiao Ling, and Houston all stared at the white tiger. They all knew from the ancient legends that the winged tiger had always appeared as a beast and had never assumed a human form. As a result, people all believed that the winged tiger was unable to assume a human form even after reaching the origin realm due to its special bloodline. However, the scene before them had completely overturned this rumor. Xiao Ling arrived before the white tiger that had assumed a human form. She circled around the white tiger as her bright eyes were filled with doubt. She murmured, "Strange. Why do I suddenly feel a familiar presence from you?" Xiao Ling frowned in thought, but she was unable to understand it no matter what. "The true name of our race is not the winged tiger but the Siyu Tiger Emperor. It's one of the most powerful bloodlines in the world, right behind the ancestral dragon. The seal here is very powerful, but it's not enough to seal the bloodline of the Siyu Tiger Emperor. Due to the uniqueness of our bloodline, we can only assume a human form after reaching the origin realm," said the White Tiger Emperor. The little white tiger opened its mouth, its voice sounding a little immature. Perhaps it was because it had just started speaking, but its words were not very clear. No one present, including Jianchen, knew what the ancestral dragon was. Even the white tiger did not know what the ancestral dragon was, so they did not pay much attention to it. However, the weak sword spirits were greatly shocked when they heard the ancestral dragon. They became extremely shocked as their hearts churned. What is his legacy? How does he know about the ancestral dragon? What kind of heaven-defying race is the Siyu Tiger Emperor? Why have we never heard of them? How can they possess such a powerful bloodline, right behind the ancestral dragon? Even the sacred beast kings of our immortals world don't possess such a powerful bloodline. Could it be that he's exaggerating? He must have learned this information from the previous winged tiger through the legacy. Just what is the background of the winged tiger that appeared in ancient times? He actually knows about the existence of the ancestral dragon. The ancestral dragon has already disappeared from our immortals world for billions of years. It's definitely not something a normal person can know about. However, all those who know about the ancestral dragon are peak experts who have lived for countless years or important figures with great backgrounds. At that moment, the sword spirits began to truly take the white tiger seriously. Although they had lived for countless years and had never heard of the Siyu Tiger Emperor, they definitely would not be simple since they knew about the ancestral dragon. At this moment, Tianjian returned and walked over from afar. He held a snow-white beast hide in his hand. The white tiger's gaze immediately fell on the beast hide. The beast hide gave off an extremely familiar presence because it came from the Siyu Tiger Emperor of ancient times. It belonged to the same race as him, and the legacy he had obtained came from the previous Siyu Tiger Emperor. Tianjian handed the last beast hide to Tai Ta. Tai Ta held the beast hide with mixed feelings. After the previous war god of the same race as him, a Ruijin, was slain by the winged tiger, his body had been sealed away for millions of years. Now, he had finally gathered all 18 beast hides and obtained the key to unlocking the seal. He could now bury a Ruijin's body in peace. The moment he held the beast hide, Tai Ta did not have any thoughts of obtaining a fortune or legacy. He only had the thought of burying a Ruijin's body in a grand manner. "Aside from the beast hide, I've found a few other things useful to us in the treasury," said Tianjian. Tianjian said. Then, with a wave of his hand, many jade boxes flew out from his space ring. There were over 1,000 of them. Several people were curious. One by one, they picked up some jade boxes and opened them. They found that the jade boxes contained some high-level magic cores and various kinds of medicinal pills. Most of the magic cores were at the 9th level, while the rest were at the 8th level. These things should have been left behind by the past masters of this divine hall. Due to the formations sealing the jade boxes, the things inside are in extremely good condition. Although I don't know how long they've been stored, they're still effective, said Tianjian. Chapter 1559. Every single jade bottle has a description of these pills. Not only are there pills that can heal wounds, but there are also pills that can recover Saint Force. Coupled with these Class 8 and 9 monster cores, they should be able to recover some origin energy. Tianjian pointed at the jade boxes as he explained to everyone. Really? Then let me try them first and see if they taste good. Xiaoling's eyes lit up as she excitedly picked up a jade bottle filled with Saint Force recovery pills. She gently shook it in her hand and a series of clinking sounds rang out from the jade bottle. From the sound of it, there seemed to be around a dozen pills inside. Xiaoling didn't hesitate in the slightest as she immediately opened the lid. She didn't care how many pills were inside as she directly poured them all into her mouth. After chewing a few times, she swallowed them all. Everyone stared at Xiaoling. Xiaoling's actions were equivalent to testing the pills. Just how great of an effect these pills would have on Origin Realm experts would be revealed very soon. A few seconds later, Xiaoling frowned. He pouted and said with great dissatisfaction, "It doesn't taste good at all. Only a tiny amount of origin energy can be recovered. It's the same as not eating it at all." Everyone became disappointed when they heard that, but they did not become dejected. They had expected this result long ago. After all, these pills were left behind by past holy emperors. Perhaps they would be of great use to holy emperors, but they would not necessarily be useful to Origin Realm experts. Houston picked up a Class 9 monster core, and a bloody mist immediately surged from his palm, enveloping the Class 9 monster core. Within the bloody mist, the Class 9 monster core immediately shrank at a visible rate. Not long after, the monster core completely disappeared, having turned into pure energy that was absorbed by Houston. No, Class 9 monster cores are still useless to us. They can't recover any origin energy. Let's use these monster cores to maintain the formations of the Divine Hall. We can leave the pills for the Holy Emperor and Holy Emperor. Jian Chen shook his head. Houston shook his head. The items that Tianjian had taken from the treasury were not enough to help people who had reached the Origin Realm. At this moment, Jian Chen's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly thought of the many heavenly resources he had obtained in the Xian Huang microcosm. There was an immortal fruit that specialized in recovering energy. He wondered if the fruit could recover his origin energy. Thinking up to there, Jian Chen immediately took out a few immortal fruits from his space ring. They were only the size of walnuts, and they were milky white. They seemed as smooth as jade, cute and obedient. They gave off an enchanting fragrance. The fragrance from the immortal fruits attracted everyone's attention as soon as possible. They all stared at the milky white fruits in Jian Chen's hand. Xiaoling could not help but gulp. Her gaze became filled with desire as she stared at the immortal fruits. The fragrance had deeply attracted her, making her tempted to devour them all in a single gulp. These are mortal energy fruits. They're extremely high-quality heavenly resources. It's said that their only use is to recover energy. I think they should be of great help in recovering origin energy, Jian Chen said. The sword spirits had told him all of this in the past. He only knew that the mortal energy fruits could be used to recover immortal yuan, but he would only know if they could be used to recover origin energy after trying them out. Big brother, let's let Xiaoling try them first. Xiaoling snatched the mortal energy fruits from Jian Chen's hand eagerly. She immediately tossed one into her mouth and wolfed it down. After eating the first one, Xiaoling did not seem to have had enough. Just when she wanted to eat the second one, her face suddenly changed. Her face immediately reddened. She felt like the first mortal energy fruit had turned into extremely pure and tremendous energy that filled her entire body. Xiaoling did not even have the time to say anything. She immediately sat down and began to refine the tremendous energy in her body. The Origin Realm experts present rejoiced when they saw this. They could clearly sense that Xiao Ling's presence was rapidly strengthening. Did that not mean that the mortal energy fruits were useful to Origin Realm experts like them? Moreover, the effects were extremely great. Xiao Ling finally woke up after half a day. Her innocent face immediately lit up with excitement as she cheered, "Big brother, this fruit can really recover Origin energy." Xiao Ling only ate one and she's already recovered all of her Origin energy. Fantastic, this is fantastic. With these mortal energy fruits, we'll be able to last even longer. Brother, may I ask how many of these fruits you have? Changyang Mingyue was also excited. She looked at Jianchen eagerly. Smiles appeared on everyone's faces. The appearance of the mortal energy fruit was like sending charcoal in snowy weather to them. Everyone looked at Jianchen. At this moment, they were all extremely concerned about the number of mortal energy fruits he had. If there were enough of them, they would be able to last for a century at the very least, or even longer. However, if there were only a few of them, the effects would not be as great as they had imagined. Jianchen could not help but reveal a sliver of confidence when he saw everyone looking at him. He said, "Don't worry, there's definitely a lot of mortal energy fruits. It'll be enough for you to last for a very long time." With a wave of Jianchen's hand, over 300 wooden boxes immediately flew out. These wooden boxes were all made from wood from the Xian Huang microcosm. They seemed extremely crude. Although the wooden boxes seemed very ordinary, the items inside were heaven-defying heavenly resources. Jianchen had found several mortal energy fruit trees in the Xian Huang microcosm. He had obtained over 500 mortal energy fruits of various grades. This time, he gave over 300 of them to all the people who had reached the Origin Realm. Although Tianjian had reached the level of the Holy Emperor, he was the person who controlled the Divine Hall, so he received a few mortal energy fruits as well. Fantastic! With these mortal energy fruits, we don't need to worry about Origin energy anymore. It's just a pity that they can only be used to recover and not increase our strength, Houston said with some pity. Chapter 1560. Fantastic! With these mortal energy fruits, we don't need to worry about Origin energy anymore. It's just a pity that the mortal energy fruits can only be used to recover and not increase our strength, Houston said with some pity. Jianchen still had a few immortal fruits of 5 elements that could increase strength in his space ring. They also came from the Xian Huang microcosm, but the effects of the fruits were just too potent. They could only be consumed after being refined into pills with other materials. However, it was impossible to find an alchemist who could refine immortal tier heavenly resources here, so he did not take them out. A few holy emperors walked in from outside and handed over the space rings of the Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saints. At the same time, they reported the casualties of the 4 races. Although the Tian Yuan continent had achieved a narrow victory in this battle, forcing the invasion of the world of Forsaken Saints to retreat, they had suffered extremely heavy losses as well. The saint rulers, holy emperors, and holy emperors who had taken part in the battle amounted to several tens of thousands of people, close to 100,000. However, less than 1,000 people had survived the battle. 99% of them had died. As for the puppets that could revive with saint weapons, they had all died. Not a single one remained. Jianchen saw many familiar names on the list of people who had died. There were the great elders of the protector clans, the ancestors of the ancient clans, the imperial protector of the 3 empires, the ancestral emperor, and so on. Among the 10 great guardian clans, there were even a few great elders who were completely annihilated. Even the saints who participated in the battle were all killed. Very few people survived. Only Changyang Zuyunshao and Changyang Zuyun had survived out of the great elders of the protector clan of Changyang Prefecture. However, they were heavily injured and basically on the brink of death. Changyang Zhu Shao and the great elders of the Yuan and Qing branches had all died. Jianchen's heart immediately became heavy when he received this news. Sorrow filled his face as tears began to well up in his eyes. He did not care about the people of the Yuan and Qing branches, but Changyang Zhu Shao was his great-grandfather. He had fallen out with the two branches over the matter of the saint's fruit, resulting in a great battle in his miniature world. Back then, Changyang Zhu Shao had risked the collapse of his miniature world to use the founding god's fist to fight against Changyang Qing Yun. Afterwards, he had even left the protector clan of Changyang Prefecture with the people of the Zhu branch, living in Lore City. However, he had never mentioned the matter of the saint's fruit, which had deeply moved Jianchen. Changyang Zhu Shao was a powerful and benevolent old man in Jianchen's heart. At the same time, he was Jianchen's most respected great-grandfather. However, this benevolent old man had died just like that, which made Jianchen feel extremely pained. Even now, he could still clearly remember Changyang Zhu Zhao's benevolent smile and how he had fought against Changyang Qing Yun without any hesitation to protect him in the Protector clan. Great-grandfather, rest in peace. I will definitely avenge you personally, Jianchen murmured. His voice was heavy, but it was unable to hide his deep sorrow. He understood that Changyang Zhu Zhao's benevolent face would only exist in his memories. He would never be able to see that face again, nor would he be able to hear that familiar voice. Changyang Zhu Zhao's soul had been wiped out. Even as a Class 9 Radiant Saint Master, he was powerless to revive him. The ability of high-class Radiant Saint Masters to revive the dead did not mean that they could revive everyone who had died. Instead, they needed to satisfy two conditions. First, the body had to exist. Second, there had to be a possibility of revival as long as the soul had not been wiped out. Where's my father? How's my father? Shangguan Mu seemed to think of something when she saw Jianchen's expression. Her face suddenly changed, and she suddenly asked. Her voice was filled with urgency while her face was filled with deep worry. Many people already knew about the father-daughter relationship between Shangguan Mu and Hao Wu. A sliver of respect immediately appeared on the faces of the Holy Emperor in charge of counting the casualties when they heard Shangguan Mu's question. Many people had witnessed how Shangguan Mu had stopped over a dozen Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saints all by herself. Even though she was younger than many of the Holy Emperor, her great strength had convinced all the experts of the four races. The Holy Emperor in charge of counting the casualties dared not tarry. Just when he was about to speak, Shangguan Mu had already rushed out. She was extremely worried. During the peaceful days, Shangguan Mu had always resented Hao Wu due to some matters of the past. She refused to accept Hao Wu as her father, but now, when she realized that Hao Wu might die here just like Jianchen's great-grandfather, the Changyang ancestor, did she come to a sudden understanding. As it turned out, she cared about her father so much that she did not want to see him die here. Only when you truly lost some things would you understand just how important they were. At this moment, Guihai Yidao, Feng Xiaotian, and Yang Lai entered the Divine Hall with the support of the Holy Emperor. The three of them had not died in the battle. Instead, they were extremely heavily injured, so they had lost the ability to fight. Even now, they had only managed to enter the Divine Hall with the assistance of the Holy Emperor. Even walking had become difficult. Otherwise, they probably would not have been able to fly into the Divine Hall that hovered in the air. Everyone was overjoyed by the return of the three of them. Many people had thought that the three of them were dead, so they were naturally overjoyed when they discovered that they were still alive. After all, the three of them possessed battle prowess equivalent to the Origin Realm. The Tianyuan continent needed experts like that just far too much. Jianchen suppressed his sorrow as well. He personally cast a Radiant Saint technique, using his Class 9, Radiant Saint Master Origin energy to heal the three of them. Fortunately, we still have such a powerful Divine Hall, or the consequences would have been unthinkable. Yang Li, Guihai Yidao, and Guihai Yidao all became relieved when they learnt about the outcome of the battle. The three of them made a full recovery in just 4 hours with the recovery of Class 9, Radiant Saint Master Origin Energy. Afterward, they all consumed a mortal energy fruit to recover their Saint Force, returning to their peak condition in the shortest amount of time possible. Chapter 1561. Jianshan hovered in the air as he walked out of the Divine Hall of Mercenary City. He looked at the Tian Yuan continent that had just been ravaged by the flames of battle. He saw many sainthood experts fly around in the air as they dealt with the aftermath of the battle. Many of them carried corpses and buried them. Their faces were filled with sorrow or numbness. There had been far too many casualties in the battle this time. Only 1% of the people who had taken part in the battle had survived in the end. Many of them had lost their friends and family in the battle. Among these people who had died, there were not many whose corpses could be found. Almost all of them were severed limbs, and there were even more people who did not even have a corpse left behind. Their entire bodies had collapsed, turning into countless pieces of flesh and rivers of blood. The ruins of Mercenary City had become an extremely huge and bottomless chasm. Dense cracks spread out in all directions from the center of the chasm. 4 of the cracks were extremely thick, crossing the entire continent and splitting it into 4. Perhaps in the near future, the 4 huge cracks across the continent would turn into 4 vast rivers. Jianshan gently sighed as he hovered in the air, as he looked at the devastated Tian Yuan continent. In the blink of an eye, the continent that he was so familiar with had become like this, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Afterward, Jianshan expanded the senses of his soul, enveloping the entire continent in a single moment. Although the battle had erupted in the ruins of Mercenary City, not only had the terrifying shockwaves of the battle split the continent into 4, but even the region several million kilometers away had been greatly affected. An unprecedented earthquake erupted on the continent, causing many cities to collapse and many mountain ranges to collapse. However, at this moment, Jianshan's face suddenly changed. He immediately stepped onto the Ziying sword and shot off into the distance as a violet streak of light. The Ziying sword was damaged, covered in cracks. Even the sword spirit had been affected by the failure of the fusion of the 2 swords, becoming extremely weak. However, the swords were immortal artifacts after all. Even though they were damaged, they could still be used. As long as they did not undergo a great battle, they would not be completely destroyed, but their power would decrease by a lot. Jianshan crossed several million kilometers with extreme speed on the Ziying sword before arriving on a lone mountain in the end. The reason why it was a lone mountain was because it was the only mountain within a radius of 1,000 kilometers. Aside from that, there was nothing else within the radius of 1,000 kilometers. It was just a desolate plain. On this lonely mountain, there was a woman in white lying on the ground. Her appearance couldn't be considered to be devastatingly beautiful, but she was still quite pretty. She was a beauty of her generation. Her face was pale and her eyes were closed as she lay on the ground, unconscious. In the center of her brows, there was a finger-sized hole with blood flowing out. This face of hers made her look somewhat malevolent and terrifying. The woman was Kea, who had been captured by an Origin Realm expert from the world of Forsaken Saints. Beside Kea, the 7-colored heaven-devouring beast had shrunk to the size of a fist. It flew around Kea in an extremely anxious manner as it buzzed, as if it was calling out to Kea. However, at this moment, the 7-colored heaven-devouring beast seemed to sense something. It immediately swelled up, becoming 3 meters tall as it stood beside Kea. Its fist-sized eyes were filled with caution, but when it saw that it was Jianshan, the caution in its eyes immediately vanished. It returned to the size of a fist before flying around Jianshan. It buzzed in an extremely anxious manner, as if it was trying to tell Jianshan to save Kea. Jianshan crouched down before Kea and looked at the bloody hole between her eyebrows. His face immediately became extremely sunken. Kea is not dead. Her wounds are very easy to heal. The only problem is that her soul is extremely heavily injured. Only a sliver of her soul remains, so her soul was almost wiped out. Jianchen quickly checked Keia's wounds. He was very stern. Keia's situation was extremely dangerous. She was basically on the brink of death. Afterwards, Jianchen began to use a Radiant Saint technique to heal Keia's wounds. Before a Class 9 Radiant Saint Master, even the most severe wounds could be healed in an extremely short amount of time. Aside from the damage to her soul, Keia's wounds were not particularly severe. Under Jianchen's healing, she made a full recovery very quickly. The finger-sized hole between her eyebrows vanished as well, only leaving behind some blood. The seven-colored heaven-devouring beast fell silent the moment Jianchen began to heal. It lay to one side quietly as it stared at Jianchen and Keia with its beady eyes. Its eyes were filled with intelligence. Although it was unable to assume a human form, it clearly possessed quite a high level of intelligence. With a flip of his hand, Jianchen pulled out a piece of amethyst spiritual bamboo from his space ring. He extracted its sap and pressed it against Keia's forehead. As soon as the sap came in contact with her forehead, it silently seeped in, turning into a clear presence that began to nourish Keia's soul. The wounds to Keia's soul could no longer be healed by Radiant Saint Masters, so the amethyst spiritual bamboo was the only heavenly resource that Jianchen possessed that could heal the soul. Moreover, it had reached the immortal tier, so it was definitely extraordinary. Jianchen knew very well just how effective it was when it came to healing the soul. However, Jianchen felt uncertain when he used the sap to heal Keia's soul because Keia's soul was not as simple as just being injured. If it were not for the fact that a sliver of her soul remained, she probably would have been wiped out already. As expected, not only did Keia not wake up after using the sap, but Jianchen could also sense that the sliver of soul that Keia had left behind showed no signs of strengthening either. Jianchen frowned as he thought to himself, how can this be? Even if this drop of amethyst spiritual bamboo can't heal Keia, it should be able to strengthen Keia's soul at the very least with its powerful effect. After a moment of silence, Jianchen pulled out a second piece of amethyst spiritual bamboo and used it on Keia, but the results were the same. The effects of the amethyst spiritual bamboo seemed to be completely ineffective on Keia. Chapter 1562. Suddenly, a gleam of light flashed through Jianchen's eyes. He whispered, "That's not right. Even if the sap of the amethyst spiritual bamboo is ineffective on Keia, Keia has already absorbed the sap. At the very least, it should have left a trace in Keia's head. Why can't I find any trace of the amethyst spiritual bamboo in Keia's head? Does the sap automatically vanish as soon as it enters Keia's head?" After a moment of hesitation, Jianchen gritted his teeth and took out the amethyst spiritual bamboo again despite his heartache. He pressed the sap between Keia's eyebrows. The amethyst spiritual bamboo was extremely precious. He had not obtained much of it in the Xianhuang microcosm. He had already used up more than half of it over the years. Now that he had used up 3 more, he only had a few left. This time, Jianchen paid close attention to Keia's changes. Under his observation, he could clearly sense that the sap did not have time to nourish Keia's soul at all after it entered Keia's soul. It suddenly vanished without a trace. Jianchen was stunned on the spot. Why had the sap suddenly vanished? Where had it gone? He could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. Even if the sap was ineffective on Keia and could not heal Keia's soul, it should not have vanished just like that. He had ingested the amethyst spiritual bamboo many times before, so he knew exactly how it healed the soul. However, he had never seen something as eerie as this. Where did this drop of amethyst spiritual bamboo juice go? Jianchen pondered this question over and over again, but no matter how he thought about it, he could not come up with a conclusion. He could not understand it at all. Jianchen sighed at the sky and became rather dejected. He knew that there was probably nothing he could do to wake up Keia right now because the only thing on him that could heal the soul was the sap of the amethyst spiritual bamboo. When Jian Chen unconsciously glanced at the vast region, his face immediately stiffened. He had enveloped the entire Tian Yuan continent with the senses of his soul several times in the past. Although he did not dare to say that he knew every inch of the continent like the back of his hand, he was still familiar with the general structure and environment. He just happened to remember this place. In his memories, this place was a vast mountain range that overlapped with each other in a majestic manner. However, a large portion of the mountain range had mysteriously vanished, replaced by a vast plain that spanned 1,000 kilometers. Only Kai lay on a mountain peak. What's happened here? Jianchen frowned. He was filled with doubt. Even if an intense battle had taken place here, destroying everything in a radius of 1,000 kilometers, there should still be some rocks left behind. According to his observations, it did not seem like an intense battle had taken place here because the plains were just too flat. There were no signs of battle at all. Jianchen slowly picked up Kea and flew off the mountain peak. He landed on the ground, and as soon as his swords landed, they sank deeply into the ground. The flat ground was covered in a thick layer of dust. The dust came from the mountains in a radius of 1,000 kilometers? Jianchen immediately became extremely shocked when he reached this conclusion. His heart churned. With his ability, if he was asked to destroy the mountains within 1,000 miles, he could easily do it. However, he would inevitably leave behind a ground full of rubble and traces of battle. However, he would definitely not be able to turn the mountains within 1,000 miles into ashes. What's going on here? Who was it that turned all the mountains within 1,000 miles into ashes? Jianchen became extremely stern. He could clearly sense just how powerful the force that had destroyed this place was. He could only think of two people who possessed such great strength. The first was Protector Shui of the Arctic Ice Goddess Hall, and the second was the elven god tree transformed from the greatest divine king of the god race, Aladona. The two of them were peak experts at godhood. However, Aladona had been heavily injured by Protector Shui and was extremely weak. She had already sunk into a slumber, so she probably did not possess such power. According to Jianchen's understanding of Protector Shui, she would not interfere with the matters of the Tian Yuan continent. Even if the Tian Yuan continent was destroyed, she would not even glance at it. There was no reason for her to interfere. Is there a third expert who doesn't belong to this world other than Aladona and Protector Shui, the two divine kings? Otherwise, how could something like this have happened? Jianchen guessed inside, but he was uncertain. He had no clue whether there was a third expert on the level of Aladona and Protector Shui. This was because both the elven race's ancient elven god tree and the Arctic Ice Goddess Temple had existed for countless years and had long been known to the world. It was just that they had always been shrouded in a mysterious veil that had never been uncovered. Now, there was no other force or peerless powerhouse with the same mysterious veil among the four races. Jianchen moved through the region, visiting various places. He carefully observed every single trace in an attempt to find some clues, but he came up empty-handed in the end. In the end, Jianchen could only leave the place filled with doubts. However, he firmly remembered the strangeness of the place. Jianchen returned to the Supreme Divine Hall with the unconscious Kea. He temporarily found a quiet room for Kea. He knew that Kea was not truly dead, so he did not give up on saving Kea. The seven-colored heaven-devouring beast remained by Kea's side the entire time. Its intelligent eyes would be filled with caution and vigilance from time to time. Clearly, it was protecting Kea's safety. Jianchen left again after sending Kea back. He headed to the Sea Realm. He did not take part in the cleanup of the Tian Yuan continent. Instead, he left it to others. After the intense battle against the world of Forsaken Saints, the Sea Realm had become much more peaceful. However, the peaceful atmosphere was filled with a heavy sense of depression and sorrow. The Sea Realm had lost many sainthood experts in the battle this time, including many ancestors of large clans and organizations. They possessed great statuses. Their deaths were a huge blow to their clans and organizations. Many people from large clans and organizations hung up white flags in various places of the Sea Realm to send off their fallen seniors. Chapter 1563. After the battle, the Serpent God Hall and the Heaven's Spirit Hall began to decline. Only the Poseidon Hall maintained its former prestige, because the Hall Master of the Poseidon Hall and Atlantis, who had just broken through, were still alive. The Poseidon Hall possessed 2 emperors, which was unique in the Sea Realm. At the same time, the Sea Goddess was still alive. It was said that the Poseidon Hall had been founded by Poseidon in ancient times, which immediately made the Poseidon Hall flourish like the midday sun. Jianchen flew through the Sea Realm on his sword. He seemed to have turned into a violet streak of light, shooting through the sky like a comet. He vanished in the blink of an eye. He moved extremely quickly. Jianchen had already extended the senses of his soul along the way to the Poseidon Hall to observe the situation of the sea race after the battle. He discovered the Turtle Clan. However, the Turtle Clan was also shrouded in heavy sorrow. The elders who had reached the level of Holy Emperor had taken part in the battle against the world of Forsaken Saints. In the end, only one of them survived. The others, including Tai Do, had all died in the battle. Jianchen stood on the Ziying sword and quickly flew over 10,000 kilometers from the Turtle Clan. He directly made his way to the Poseidon Hall. He did not go to the Turtle Clan. There was nothing in the Turtle Clan that he could remember. Perhaps the only person he could remember was the Grand Elder of the Turtle Clan who had risked his life to save him. The reason why he had become the ruler of the Turtle Clan was all to complete the Grand Elder's final wish. Now that he had successfully strengthened the Turtle Clan and made it a peak clan in the Sea Realm, he had completed the Grand Elder's final wish. From today onwards, he would no longer be part of the Turtle Clan. The Poseidon Hall was a majestic divine hall. It was completely azure and shone with a dazzling light. It hovered in the air like a primordial beast, giving off an invisible pressure that permeated the air. Even the Holy Emperor felt greatly intimidated by it. The experts of the Sea Goddess Hall had all declined as well. The entire divine hall seemed to have become much emptier all of a sudden. Many saint kings had died, and even the envoys who were only saint rulers had decreased by a lot. When Jianchen stepped into the huge divine hall, he was immediately recognized by a few envoys. They all bowed to Jianchen politely before reporting to the Hall Master of the Poseidon Hall as quickly as they could. Very soon, the Hall Master of the Poseidon Hall and the second Emperor of the Poseidon Hall emerged together. This time, the two of them did not disguise their appearances, revealing their alluring beauty. At a closer glance, it was not difficult to discover that the two of them shared some similarities. After exchanging some pleasantries, Yadrium invited Jianchen to the main hall. Jianchen, we sisters were too heavily injured and no longer had the strength to fight. As a result, we could only flee ahead of time. We didn't manage to hold on until the very end. Please forgive us, said the Hall Master of the Poseidon Hall as soon as the three of them sat down. Her face was filled with guilt. What are you saying, Hall Master? I feel happy for you that you were able to successfully escape from the situation back then. It's just a pity that my great-grandfather Chongyang Zhu Shao did not manage to escape and died on the battlefield. Jianchen's voice was filled with sorrow. If Chongyang Zhu Shao had managed to escape, he would have been able to heal him no matter how heavily injured he was. I never thought that the Divine Hall of Mercenary City would be so powerful, able to stop Returnant's experts from the world of Forsaken Saints. Jianchen, I wonder how long the Divine Hall can last. Poseidon's illusionary figure silently appeared in the hall and stared at Jianchen as he asked. Jianchen sucked in a deep breath and slowly calmed down his grief. He said, the Divine Hall of Mercenary City may be powerful, but maintaining its formations is not an easy task. It requires the combined efforts of all the Origin Realm experts and the many Holy Emperor. Only then can the Divine Hall unleash enough power to stop the world of Forsaken Saint. I've come this time to assist Hall Master Poseidon and Elder Atlantis in recovering, as well as to rebuild your Majesty's body. The Supreme Divine Hall of Mercenary City still requires your Majesty Poseidon's assistance. I can rebuild my body, but it's difficult for me to recover origin energy, so I probably won't be able to help much. After all, the energy of the world in the sea realm became much thinner when I rebuilt my body the first time. I won't be able to recover it for a very long time, so I can't draw on the spring water of the sea realm again. Otherwise, the energy of the world in the sea realm will dry up, and all the sea race won't be able to cultivate, Poseidon gently sighed. Jianshan smiled confidently. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I just happen to possess a heavenly resource that can recover origin energy. Once Your Majesty rebuilds your body, you only need to ingest a single fruit, and you'll be able to recover to your peak condition in an extremely short amount of time. With that, a mortal energy fruit appeared in Jianshan's hand. It gave off an intoxicating fragrance. Poseidon's eyes immediately lit up when he heard that. He stared at the mortal energy fruit and asked in disbelief, "Is that true? I only need a single fruit like this to recover to my peak condition?" "Absolutely," Jianshan swore. Afterward, Jianshan immediately began to move. He assisted Poseidon in rebuilding his body a second time. He had found quite a lot of materials in the Xianwang microcosm, so he still had a lot in stock. Even if he rebuilt his body 100 times, they would not be used up, so he did not need to worry about the lack of materials. In order to ensure that nothing would go wrong during the second reconstruction, Jianshan personally stood guard for Poseidon. Yadrium and Atlantis, who had recovered, joined in later on as well. Due to his experience from the first reconstruction, Poseidon's second reconstruction was much faster. He successfully completed it in just 7 days. After ingesting a mortal energy fruit, he recovered all his strength on the second day. After recovering his strength, Poseidon immediately went to the Tian Yuan continent to stand guard in the Supreme Divine Hall. Jianshan also completed his mission in the Sea Realm and returned to the Flame Mercenaries. He stood outside the Bright Moon Divine Hall and took the initiative to see Fairy Haoyue. However, the door to the Divine Hall was firmly shut this time, as if Jianshan had been refused entry. "Jianshan, you want me to participate in the battle against the world of Forsaken Saints?" Fairy Haoyue's vague voice rang out in Jianshan's head. She had already sensed Jianshan's arrival, but she did not allow Jianshan to enter the Divine Hall. Jianshan knew that Fairy Haoyue possessed a very great background. He clasped his hands. "Fairy Haoyue, I have materials that can rebuild your body. I do indeed hope that you can recover some of your strength so that you can fend off the world of Forsaken Saints with us. After all, you live on the Tian Yuan continent right now. If the front lines fall, you probably won't be able to protect yourself. Jianshan, you should go. I won't help you fend off the world of Forsaken Saints. Let's not even talk about the fact that I can't be bothered to use your low-grade materials to rebuild my body. Even if I still had my body, I wouldn't offend the world of Forsaken Saints," Fairy Haoyue declined without any hesitation. "Why is that?" Jianshan asked in confusion. Chapter 1564. Jianshan frowned when he heard that. He had never thought that the people from the world of Forsaken Saints would have such a great background, where they actually had a background in the Saints' world. Fairy Haoyue, is the Spirit Sages very powerful in the Saints' world? Since they have a background in the Saints' world, why have they invaded our Tian Yuan continent? And according to what I know, the people from the world of Forsaken Saints have existed for an extremely long time. If they had a background in the Saints' world, the Origin Realm experts would have gone to the Saints' world long ago. Why are they still in the lower world? Jianshan asked. Fairy Haoyue fell silent for a while before replying. The Spirit Sages are a large clan in the Saints' world. They're extremely powerful. Although several large sects and clans in the Saints' world have worked together to attack the Spirit Sages for certain reasons, causing them to suffer heavy losses and losing two grand prime ancestors, the spirit sages still cannot be underestimated. They're not an existence that our moon god hall can provoke. Moreover, the people from the world of Forsaken Saints are only extremely similar to the spirit sages. We still haven't confirmed whether they are from the saints' world, but the spirit sages are just too powerful. As long as there's even the slightest chance that they are from the spirit sages, I can't do anything. Fairy Hao Yu's voice was rather stern. She was extremely fearful of the spirit sages, and she could not afford to provoke a powerful enemy for the Moon God Hall because of her. Moreover, even if the Moon God Hall did not fear the spirit sages, she had no reason to deal with them. After all, she was not a person of the Tian Yuan continent. Although she had lived in this world for some time, she had no attachment to the Tian Yuan continent. In her heart, it made no difference whether the Tian Yuan continent was occupied by humans or the spirit sages. Fairy Haoyue, if the people from the world of Forsaken Saints really are the spirit sages of the saints' world, won't we be leaving behind a huge problem if we become enemies with them? Jianshan asked. Your grievances with the world of Forsaken Saints are nothing more than child's play before the spirit sages of the saints' world. After all, the spirit sages are a large clan, so why would they bother with you people who haven't even reached godhood over something as trivial as a lower world? Unless the direct descendant of some great figure dies at your hands. However, even if something like that happens, the spirit sages won't be able to do anything to you because the war god of the God clan is among you. The God clan is a peak clan in the saints' world. When the war god of the God clan was still alive, the God clan was known as the greatest organization in the saints' world. Although the war god has already died, causing the God clan to lose their title as the greatest organization in the saints' world, the current God clan is still not in existence that regular large sects and clans dare to provoke. Jianshan knew that it was impossible to get Fairy Haoyue to deal with the world of Forsaken Saints, so he ended his conversation with Fairy Haoyue very soon and left. Jianshan, the seal of this world will vanish soon. At that time, the seal to the saints' world will vanish as well. It will be extremely difficult for me to go to the saints' world alone in my current state. I need you to assist me when the time comes and take my divine hall to the saints' world. As long as I have origin energy, I'll be able to reconstruct my body using a secret technique in the shortest amount of time possible. Fairy Haoyue's voice rang out again. Jianshan paused. He knew that his relationship with Fairy Haoyue was not exactly friendly. It was just a deal at most. The Fairy Haoyue had accepted Yu Yu as her disciple because she had seen through his potential. In return, he would take the Fairy Haoyue away from this world and go to the saints' world. Jianshan was naturally extremely willing to make a deal like that. However, the problem with the world of Forsaken Saints had not been completely dealt with. Even if the seal to the saints' world vanished, he would not be able to leave in peace because he had far too many friends and family here. These people were powerful enough to protect themselves on the Tian Yuan continent, but once they went to the saints' world, their lives would no longer be in their hands. As a result, even if he went to the saints' world, it was impossible for him to take all his friends and family with him. These people would have to live on the Tian Yuan continent in the end. Before he left, he needed to create a peaceful and beautiful environment for his friends and family. Fairy Haoyue, it's been so many years. You should have some understanding of me. Do you think I'll be able to leave in peace before the matter with the world of Forsaken Saints is completely dealt with? Jianshan asked. You can take all your friends and family with you to the saints' world. Once we're there, I'll be able to recover my strength very quickly. At that time, I'll naturally be able to protect your friends and family. In return, I can open the door of God Burial for you so that you can enter the God Burial microcosm. With your talent, you'll be able to reach godhood very quickly if you cultivate there, Fairy Haoyue added. Jianshan gently shook his head. He did not agree to Fairy Haoyue's suggestion. It was not that Jianchen had not considered taking all his friends and family to the Saint's world, but he still did not believe it was safe. After all, there were as many experts as there were clouds in the Saint's world, and he was the one who called the shots. Even if he reached godhood, he would probably struggle to protect the people around him. Secondly, he was born on the Tianyuan continent in this life. He was a member of the human race and was revered as the greatest expert of the human race. He carried the hope of all the humans on the Tianyuan continent on his shoulders, so how could he leave alone and abandon the countless humans on the Tianyuan continent and throw them into dire straits? At the same time, Jianchen believed that the matter with the world of Forsaken Saints could be dealt with. His strength could skyrocket in a short amount of time, and that was by absorbing the energy from the Yinyang Saint Rock. The Sword Spirits had once said that if he absorbed all the energy in the rock, his chaotic body would even reach the 9th layer. According to the increase in strength with each layer, once he reached the 9th layer, just his personal strength alone would reach godhood, regardless of how terrifying his final battle prowess would be. The only thing that troubled Jianchen was that he could not absorb the energy from the Yinyang Saint Rock alone. He needed Shangguan Mu-Er's assistance, or he would be courting death. After leaving the Bright Moon Divine Hall, Jianchen remained in the City Lord's estate to accompany Yu Yu and his sister, Bai Lian. Jianchen did not allow them to take part in the battle against the Saint's world this time. They were the most important people to Jianchen. If they died on the battlefield, Jianchen would suffer for the rest of his life. In reality, they were not even as strong as the Holy Emperor, so even if they did take part in the battle, they would not be of much use. After all, they severely lacked battle experience. They were nowhere near as experienced as the saint rulers who had lived for several thousand years, the Holy Emperor. Brother, the world of Forsaken Saints is so powerful. The Divine Hall of Mercenary City can't remain there forever. What will we do if the Spirit King from the world of Forsaken Saints destroys the Divine Hall? Bai Lian worriedly asked. Her status was special as she was Jianchen's sister, so she knew many secrets. Don't worry. The Divine Hall of Mercenary City can keep the tunnel sealed for a few decades at the very least. After a few decades, we might not have to fear the world of Forsaken Saints anymore, Jianchen smiled. There was no worry on his face at all. However, he was thinking about whether it was time for him to talk to Shangguan Mu. Chapter 1565. Jianchen hugged Yu Yu's slender breast. Yu Yu did not resist at all. She gently rested her head on Jianchen's shoulder with a sweet and happy smile. Yu Yu carried a pouch on her, so a faint fragrance immediately permeated the air. It was inhaled by Jianchen through the tip of his nose. The pouch was made from extremely precious, wondrous flowers and herbs. It had the effect of calming the mind, so Jianchen immediately felt refreshed after inhaling the fragrance. He became less restless and more peaceful. Jianchen sucked in a deep breath and said, Yu is right. Lianra, you don't have to worry about the world of Forsaken Saint. Although the Spirit King is very powerful, we still have a sliver of hope. It's just that this sliver of hope will take several years, or even several decades to materialize. The appearance of the Supreme Divine Hall in Mercenary City just happens to buy us some precious time. With that, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. It was like an earthquake had occurred. Not only did the City Lord's estate shake violently, but the entire city shook as well. An extremely powerful earthquake rocked the Tianyuan continent once again. The earthquake affected an extremely large area, originating from the ruins of Mercenary City 1,000,000 kilometers away. With the ruins of Mercenary City as the epicenter, the earthquake spread across the Tianyuan continent, covering most of it. Jianchen's face became stern. He said, The world of Forsaken Saints is attacking the Supreme Divine Hall above the tunnel. I need to go there immediately. Jianchen no longer cared about Yu Yu and his sister. He immediately stood up and left the City Lord's estate. Brother, you have to be careful. Jianchen, you have to return safely no matter what happens. Bailon and Yu Yu immediately followed him. Their eyes were filled with worry and reluctance to part with him. Even though the tunnel to the world of Forsaken Saints had been suppressed by the Supreme Divine Hall, preventing the people of the world of Forsaken Saints from coming over, they would still worry every time Jianshan left for the matters of the world of Forsaken Saints. They were afraid that something unexpected would happen. Jianshan left through the space gate in Flame City and headed to the ruins of Mercenary City. It was much faster than traveling 1,000,000 kilometers on his sword. When Jianshan arrived, deafening booms constantly rang out. The Supreme Divine Hall above the tunnel actually trembled gently. Extremely violent streams of energy leaked out from the bottom of the Divine Hall. They contained strands of extremely sharp sword chi. Wherever they passed, space would shatter and everything would be reduced to darkness. All matter would be reduced to nothingness. It was a terrifying destructive force. Even after enduring a full-powered strike from Ouyang Yangwen, the Divine Hall remained as steady as a mountain. It was unshakable. At the same time, Yang Lai, Feng Xiaotian, and Gui Haidao were not present. There was no Poseidon, and all the Origin Realm experts were heavily injured. Even with that being the case, Ouyang Yangwen was unable to shake the Divine Hall at all. Yet now, all the Origin Realm experts on the Tianyuan continent had recovered their full strength and were supported by Yang Lai, Gui Haidao, and Poseidon. This meant that the Divine Hall was being attacked by an extremely terrifying expert. The Spirit King. Jian Chun immediately thought of the person who was attacking the Divine Hall in the world of Forsaken Saint. Aside from the Spirit King, who had also comprehended the way of the sword and possessed a greater comprehension of the way of the sword than him, there was no other supreme expert with such strength. The current Spirit King was a godlike figure in the world of Forsaken Saint. He was the creator of a legend. Even Ouyang Yangwen, who was only a step away from reciprocity, and Xiong Zhong were extremely fearful of the Spirit King. They obeyed all of his orders obediently, not daring to question him at all. At the same time, the Spirit King from the world of Forsaken Saints weighed down on Jianshan like a mountain, almost suffocating him. This was because he had already learnt about the rumors regarding the Spirit King from the world of Forsaken Saint. Not only had he reached mid-reciprocity, but his battle prowess was also on par with godhood experts. He was a legendary figure. His talent was unprecedented, and he was the greatest genius in the history of the world of Forsaken Saint. At the same time, he was the most powerful Spirit King in the history of the world of Forsaken Saint. In just a few hundred years, he had gone from a nameless figure to a sovereign of the world of Forsaken Saints. With a single movement, Jianshan entered the Supreme Divine Hall. The atmosphere within was extremely solemn. The Origin Realm experts were all present as they poured their origin energy into a white jade seat in the center. They worked with the many saint rulers, holy emperors, and holy emperors outside to push the Divine Hall to its limit. They suppressed the space above the tunnel and blocked off the path of the world of Forsaken Saint. Jianshan directly arrived before the white jade seat and gently pressed his hand against it. He poured his chaotic force into the seat without holding back at all. Due to the uniqueness of Jianshan's chaotic force, it was no ordinary energy. As a result, the trembling Divine Hall gradually calmed down as he poured in his chaotic force. However, deafening booms still rang out from the suppressed tunnel. As the Divine Hall gradually stabilized, the experts from the world of Forsaken Saints seemed to understand that it was impossible for them to break through the Divine Hall. They stopped attacking the Divine Hall, and the booms in the sky suddenly vanished as well. The people in the Divine Hall waited silently for a while. They all let out a sigh of relief when they saw that the Divine Hall was no longer under attack. They slowly pulled back their hands, but they were all extremely stern. This should be the Spirit King from the world of Forsaken Saints. He really is powerful. He attacked the Divine Hall alone, yet we actually had to work together to stop him. Fortunately, he didn't come last time, or we wouldn't be his opponent even if we worked together. We wouldn't even be able to harm him at all, Feng Xiaotian said with a heavy voice. His brows were tightly furrowed. The strength of the attacks has completely exceeded the reciprocity realm. Only godhood experts can stop the Spirit King. If we want the Divine Hall to block the attacks of godhood experts, we'll need to consume several times more origin energy. Although our mortal energy fruits can recover origin energy, we can only last for a few decades at most. If the Spirit King constantly attacks the Divine Hall, we'll be able to hold on for even less time. We might even run out of mortal energy fruits in a few years, Yang Lai said sternly. It's impossible for any of us to break through to godhood in such a short amount of time. Just holding on won't work, Changyang Mingyue said. Her face was filled with worry. After a moment of hesitation, she clenched her teeth and said, I'll go find Protector Shui and see if she has any methods for me to break through to godhood in the shortest amount of time possible. With that, Changyang Mingyue left the Divine Hall. She hurried to the Arctic Ice Goddess Hall with lightning speed. Jianshan stared at Changyang Mingyue's departing figure deeply. He was probably the only one who knew Protector Shui's true strength. As someone who could kill the greatest divine king of the god race, Aladona, Protector Shui definitely possessed precious heavenly resources. If Changyang Mingyue really could break through to godhood, he would be extremely happy to see it. Although Protector Shui won't interfere with the matters of this world, Second Sister is clearly extremely important to her. If she helps Second Sister increase her strength, it shouldn't be considered as interfering with the matters of this world, Jian Chun thought to himself. Then he looked at Shangguan Mu. After a moment of hesitation, he walked over and said, Mu, there's something I want to discuss with you. Shangguan Mu was emotionless. She hesitated slightly when she heard Jianchun's words, but she still nodded in the end. She left the Divine Hall with Jianchun. 1,000 kilometers away, Jianchun and Shangguan Mu stood on the clouds. They moved through the hazy sea of clouds like an immortal couple. Chapter 1566. Shangguan Mu wore a purple dress. Her indescribably beautiful face seemed like it was impossible for her to appear in this world. She seemed like a goddess from the 9 heavens. Although her eyes were cold, they were extremely spirited. They shone with a soul-stealing light, as if just her gaze was enough to take people's souls. Shangguan Mu fell silent when she heard Jianchun's words. She did not say anything for quite some time. Only her soul-stealing eyes flickered with mixed emotions. At this moment, she was struggling inside. She obviously understood what Jianchun meant. In this world, perhaps no one other than Changyang Mingyue could become powerful enough to fend off the Spirit King in just a few short decades through normal cultivation. Let alone reaching godhood, even a small increase in their strength would be extremely difficult because this world no longer had origin energy. After reaching the origin realm, their strength would no longer grow as quickly as sainthood. Now, the only thing that could allow their strength to grow rapidly in a short amount of time was the Yinyang Saint Rock. Shangguan Mu was very reluctant to mention the Yinyang Saint Rock, but she had never forgotten about it in all these years. The rock had given her a fortuitous encounter, but it had also hurt her. Can I deal with the Spirit King after absorbing the Yinyang Saint Rock? Shangguan Mu finally asked after a long moment of silence. Her voice was rather unnatural. Although she still felt some resistance towards the Yinyang Saint Rock, after so many years, even Xiao Bao had grown up. She had gradually let go of some matters and accepted them. Not to mention, the Tian Yuan continent was currently facing destruction. In just a few decades, all the people in this world would probably be wiped out or even destroyed. She needed to make a decision for Xiao Bao. Jianchun sucked in a deep breath. He slowly said, The Yinyang Saint Rock is condensed from the Yin and Yang Qi of the world. It's an extremely great power, far greater than what we can imagine. It's more terrifying than any power we've ever seen. If the Inyang Saint Rock we saw exploded, the entire universe would probably be destroyed. It's exactly because of the power of the Inyang Saint Rock that I can only absorb it after reaching the fifth layer of the chaotic body. At the same time, I need to balance the Yin and Yang Qi, neutralizing the Yin and Yang Qi, making it gentle. Otherwise, I'll definitely die. With our current strength, if we completely absorb the Inyang Saint Rock, we'll be able to reach reciprocity at the very least, or even break through reciprocity and reach godhood. However, with my battle prowess, I don't need to reach godhood at all. As long as I reach reciprocity, I won't need to fear the Spirit King, even if it's early reciprocity. Jianshan was filled with confidence. Although he knew that the Spirit King was also an expert who could challenge those at a higher level of cultivation, he was confident that he would not be any weaker than the Spirit King. Not only did he cultivate chaotic force, but he was also a Class 9 Radiant Saint Master. Once an intense battle broke out, his consumption of chaotic force would be several dozen times or even 100 times slower than his opponent. However, the drawback was that his chaotic force would recover over 100 times slower than other people's. Aside from that, he also possessed martial soul force and the ability to attack the soul. Although he had yet to grasp how to use martial soul force, so he was unable to unleash its full power, his soul would rapidly strengthen as his strength increased. That way, he could indirectly increase the power of his martial soul force. Even if he could not harm opponents of the same level of cultivation, he could still affect them a little. Shangguan Mu hesitated. She struggled inside. She knew that this might be the only way to protect Xiao Bao, but she was unable to bring herself to agree to Jianshan's request to go to the Inyang Saint Rock with Jianshan and absorb its energy to cultivate. Give me 3 days to think about it. I'll give you an answer in 3 days. After struggling for a while, Shangguan Mu still did not agree to Jianshan's request immediately. Although she had accepted many things in the past few years and had gradually accepted them, her relationship with Jianshan was nowhere near the level of Yu Yu and Huang Luan. Jianshan looked at Shangguan Mu with some mixed feelings. He said, "This is the only way I can think of to fend off the world of Forsaken Saints right now. I'll be waiting for your reply in 3 days." With a flash of violet light, the Ziying sword appeared beneath Jianshan's feet. With that, Jianshan directly left, disappearing into the horizon as a violet streak of light. Shangguan Mu slowly sat down. She sat on a hazy sea of clouds as the fierce winds blew her hair into the air. Her indescribably beautiful face was filled with hesitation. In the extreme north of the Tianyuan continent, a huge world of ice faced the Tianyuan continent from afar. The battle on the Tianyuan continent was extremely intense, where the terrifying shockwaves had destroyed the entire continent. Even the Beast God continent, the Wasteland continent, and the Sea realm had been greatly affected. However, the icy plains that were not far away from the Tianyuan continent were not damaged at all. They seemed the same as before, without any changes at all. At this moment, in the depths of this ice field, in a place shrouded in white mist, there was a majestic, snow-white divine hall. The entire divine hall seemed to be carved out of ice crystals. Under the illumination of the sun, it shone with a dazzling 7-colored halo. In a secret room within the divine hall, Protector Shui sat in the air in her armor. An extremely powerful presence radiated from her. Terrifying energy ripples permeated the room. Even the slightest bit of her presence would be devastating to the world. At that moment, Protector Shui seemed to have become a god of war. She radiated with a supreme pressure and was so powerful that even the powerful Spirit King was as insignificant as an ant before her, let alone Jianshan. They could not even endure her presence. Protector Shui constantly formed seals with her hands before her chest as she tried her best to deduce the identity of the mysterious expert who had almost caused the formation to collapse. This matter was just too important to her. She had to figure out whether the expert was a friend or foe, as this concerned the safety of the snow goddess. Suddenly, Protector Shui's body began to tremble violently. She immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. She did not stop after spitting out the first mouthful of blood. She continued to spit out over a dozen mouthfuls of blood before finally stopping. Her body that was hovering in the air fell in an extremely miserable manner. She lay in the secret room. She was extremely weak. She had suffered extremely heavy injuries. Chapter 1567. Protector Shui, who ranked amongst the 3,000 divine kings of the saints' world, and was so powerful that she could easily slay the greatest divine king of the god clan, Aladona, had completely lost her usual composure. Her cold eyes were filled with shock. If one could see her face under the mask, they would discover that she was also filled with shock and disbelief. With my current strength, it's possible for me to peer into infinite primes. Even if I fail, I won't suffer any backlash. If I peer into the chaotic prime, I might not be able to peer into his true body, but I'll be able to find some clues from the side. However, when I peered into the mysterious expert this time, I only slowly approached his identity based on a few clues, but I failed at all. Instead, I suffered such a powerful backlash. The mysterious expert's strength has definitely exceeded my imagination. He must be a grand prime. Protector Shui's voice trembled slightly. She slowly stood up and opened the door with a wave of her hand. She walked out with a heavy heart and thought, "This place has already been discovered. I can't stay here any longer. I have to leave as soon as possible, or if the mysterious Grand Prime who found this place is an enemy, Her Majesty will be in danger. My death is nothing to be regretted, but I can't let Her Majesty be doomed." Protector Shui recovered her composure very quickly. Her eyes shone with a sharp light, and there was a sliver of undisguised sternness in them. If the great ice goddess was still alive, so what if an enemy Grand Prime discovered this place? The ice goddess would naturally be there to stop them. Unfortunately, the ice goddess had yet to recover from her injuries and was hibernating in the ice goddess hall. She was unable to help the snow goddess at all. Moreover, the ice goddess hall had rebelled, so the ice goddess was in danger right now. Protector Shui, just at this moment, Changyang Mingyue's voice rang out. She had found Protector Shui and was rushing over in her snow-white clothes. At this moment, Protector Shui was supporting herself with one hand on the ice wall. She appeared to be very weak. The specks of dark red blood on her snow-white armor were extremely conspicuous, a ghastly sight to behold. Changyang Mingyue saw the blood on Protector Shui from very far away and immediately became surprised. She shot over as a blur and asked in surprise, "Protector Shui, what happened to you?" Changyang Mingyue was filled with shock. She did not know Protector Shui's exact strength, but she knew she was powerful. Even though she had reached returnance, she still felt like Protector Shui was unfathomable. However, Protector Shui had actually been injured. She was unable to imagine just who in this world possessed the ability to injure Protector Shui. Protector Shui shook her head and said, "Your Highness, I'm fine. I just suffered some backlash." Changyang Mingyue let out a sigh of relief when she heard that. Fortunately, Protector Shui had not been injured by someone else, or that person's strength would have been far too terrifying. "Protector Shui, do you have any methods for me to break through to godhood in a short amount of time? The Spirit King from the world of Forsaken Saints is just far too powerful. Only godhood experts can fight against him," Changyang Mingyue directly said. Changyang Mingyue directly stated her intentions. After spending some time with Protector Shui, she had basically gained an understanding of her. Protector Shui was completely centered around her. Aside from a few things that went against her principles, she basically listened to everything she said. "Your Majesty, a Grand Prime of the Saints' world, has already discovered our world. I can't divine whether that expert is a friend or foe, so for the sake of Your Majesty's safety, I need to take you away immediately. Once your majesty arrives in the saints' world, I will help your majesty break through to godhood as quickly as possible, Protector Shui said. Her voice was rather weak. What? You want to take me away immediately? Changyang Mingyue was taken aback. She suddenly had an ill omen. Yes, your highness. For your safety, we need to leave immediately. We need to leave right now. Every moment we spend here increases the danger, said Protector Shui. No, I won't leave here. This is my home. Protector Shui, you're not allowed to take me away from home without my permission, Changyang Mingyue called out. Changyang Mingyue called out. Before she had even finished speaking, she turned around and ran outside. She understood Protector Shui extremely well. Protector Shui usually treated her with great respect, basically obeying her every word. Protector Shui completely treated her as a servant, but she would never listen to her when it came to Changyang Mingyue's safety. Bang! With a heavy sound, the door to the Ice Goddess Hall slammed shut before Changyang Mingyue could run out. Protector Shui moved extremely quickly. The moment the door closed, Changyang Mingyue felt a powerful force rise up from beneath her feet. The Ice Goddess Hall had already left the icy plains where it had remained for over 3 million years, rising into the sky at an unbelievable speed. Protector Shui, let me out. Let me out quickly. My parents are still here. My brother is still here. You're not allowed to take me away, or I'll never forgive you. Changyang Mingyue cried out in panic as she constantly slammed her hands against the door. Every single slap possessed great power, causing the door to produce a heavy thud. However, the Ice Goddess Hall was extremely tough, where even the Divine King's presence could easily endure it. With Changyang Mingyue's strength, she would not be able to leave a mark on it even if she used her full strength, let alone break through the door. Protector Shui! Changyang Mingyue shrieked. Her eyes were filled with hatred. She turned around and lunged at Protector Shui. She clawed and bit at her in a frenzy. Her face was filled with worry. She knew that if Protector Shui really did take her to the Saints' world this time, she would never be able to see her parents again. She might not even be able to see her elder brother and younger brother. All her family members would probably be destroyed by the people of the world of Forsaken Saint. Changyang Mingyue furiously roared out as she wildly kicked Protector Shui. She even used her strength as a returnance expert to launch merciless attacks at Protector Shui. However, her attacks, which were powerful enough to destroy an entire region of space, were unable to harm Protector Shui at all. Protector Shui did not even sway. Just her armor had easily blocked Changyang Mingyue's full-powered attacks. If any other returnance expert had acted so recklessly, Protector Shui would have reduced them to ashes long ago. However, not only did Protector Shui not fight back against Changyang Mingyue's attacks, she even endured them silently. Protector Shui was extremely determined to leave. She placed Her Majesty's safety above all else. As long as Her Majesty could escape safely, she would not mind even if Her Majesty hated her. She firmly believed that once Her Majesty recovered her memories, she would forgive Her Majesty. She would forgive her for what she had done. As a result, Protector Shui remained indifferent no matter how intense Changyang Mingyue's reaction was. The Ice Goddess Hall entered outer space in an extremely short amount of time. At the same time, a deafening boom rang out. The tremendous formation in outer space shattered at that moment, erupting with extremely terrifying energy that wreaked havoc in outer space. It shattered space and devoured the sunlight, causing the entire world to sink into darkness. The formation had been cast down by Protector Shui in the past. At the same time, it had been cast down by the great Ice Goddess in the Saints' world from an extremely great distance away. Not only could it hide the heavenly secrets, preventing the people of higher worlds from finding the whereabouts of the Snow Goddess, but it could also prevent the people of the Tian Yuan continent from reaching the Origin Realm. At the same time, it sealed off the tunnel to the Saints' world, preventing the people of this world from revealing the existence of the Ice Goddess Hall. At this moment, The formation shattered on its own with the departure of the Ice Goddess Hall. Not only did the destruction of the formation give the people of this world a chance to reach the origin realm, but the tunnel to the Saints' world had also been opened. The destruction of the formation in outer space caused an extremely great disturbance. Let alone the origin realm experts of the Tian Yuan continent, even the Holy Emperor and the Holy Emperor could sense the indescribably powerful ripples of energy that had suddenly erupted from outer space. In particular, the collapse of the formation caused the Tian Yuan continent to fall into darkness. Countless people on the continent were alarmed, causing a great disturbance. All the experts in the Supreme Divine Hall of Mercenary City appeared outside as soon as possible. They all raised their heads and looked at the sky. All of their faces were filled with shock. In the shattered darkness, a divine hall that was much smaller than a finger shone with dazzling light. It quickly flew toward the end of the void. "It's the Arctic Ice Goddess Hall," Jianchen cried out as his face suddenly changed. He immediately expanded the senses of his soul, directly extending it towards the Arctic. When his senses enveloped the Arctic, he saw that the layer of cold mist in the depths of the Arctic had vanished. At the same time, the Ice Goddess Hall that stood on the icy tundra had vanished as well. It was also at this moment that a huge black hole suddenly appeared in outer space. Before the black hole, the Ice Goddess Hall seemed like an ant. However, when the black hole appeared, the Ice Goddess Hall sped up, charging into the black hole as a streak of light and disappearing. Jianchen's face became extremely sunken when he saw this. The collapse of the formation in outer space and the disappearance of the Ice Goddess Hall in the black hole meant that the Ice Goddess Hall had left. It was extremely likely that the black hole was the tunnel to the higher world. If only the Ice Goddess Hall had left, Jianchen obviously would not have cared. However, his sister was still in the Ice Goddess Hall. Now that the Ice Goddess Hall had left, it would have taken his sister away as well. Sister! Jianchen seemed to have been petrified. He stared at the slowly disappearing black hole in a daze. His heart was filled with sorrow and reluctance. He had never thought that when Changyang Mingyue left the Supreme Divine Hall, it would be the last time the two of them would see each other. Who knew when he would see his sister again in the future? They might never meet again in their entire lives. Chapter 1568. Jianchen was in low spirits, while Yang Lai, Gui Haidao, and Feng Xiaotian were overjoyed. Now that the seal had shattered, there was nothing that could stop them from breaking through to the origin realm. Although the origin energy of this world had yet to recover, it was definitely not a problem for the three of them because they had left behind origin energy in their saint artifacts when they reincarnated. Aside from them, even the holy emperors of the protector clans were unable to use the origin energy within the saint artifacts. If they used the origin energy they had left behind to cultivate, they would be able to reach the origin realm very quickly. Aside from the three of them, many of the holy emperors of the four races were extremely excited as well. The destruction of the seal had allowed all of them to see the path to the origin realm. Even though it was impossible for them to reach the origin realm by absorbing the energy of the world due to the lack of origin energy in this world, at the very least, they had seen some hope of reaching a higher level of cultivation. They would not be stuck at the level of a holy emperor for the rest of their lives until they passed away. In the forbidden grounds of the city lord's estate in Flame City, the spacious area was always deathly silent. The hustle and bustle of Flame City were unable to reach here. Even the guards patrolling the city lord's estate avoided this place, making it seem like a completely different world from the outside world. There was only a pure white divine hall that stood silently in the quiet backyard. It shone with a faint silver-white light, just like the radiance of the moon. Fairy Hao Yu's illusionary figure sat on a jade bed in the bright moon divine hall. The moment the powerful formation in the air shattered, her eyes suddenly snapped open. She raised her head and gazed at the sky. Her gaze seemed to be able to pierce through the obstruction of the bright moon divine hall, allowing her to see everything that was happening outside. She really has left. She left much sooner than I expected. Now that the tunnel to the Saints' world has been opened, I can leave as well. Once I reach the Saints' world, I'll be able to use a secret technique to recover my body very quickly, Fairy Haoyue murmured to herself. The light in her eyes flickered with eagerness. She had already been trapped here for a very long time. She was extremely eager to return to the Saints' world and tell her father about Nan Potion's scheme. Although she thought about that, Fairy Haoyue did not move immediately. She murmured, "In my current state, returning to the Saints' world alone will be extremely difficult. Even if I pass through the tunnel, I'll have to pay a huge price. I might even lose the power to protect myself. Once I lose the power to protect myself, I'll probably die before I can even make it back to the Moon God Hall. I've already waited for so many years, so a few more decades won't matter. Jianchen doesn't have much time left in this world, so I'll just wait for him for a few more decades. If he dies to the hands of those people who seem to be spirit sages in a few decades, I'll have to wait for him. Then I'll have to find someone else to work with." Fairy Haoyue did not place much importance on Jianchen's life or death. She had accepted Yu Yu as her disciple out of respect for Jianchen, and she had even assisted Jianchen when he was trapped in the Protector clan's Changyang prefecture. Her ultimate goal was to prevent Jianchen from dying so that she could go to the Saints' world through Jianchen in the future. Fairy Haoyue did not place any importance on the Protector clan's Changyang prefecture. As a result, she had helped Jianchen out without any hesitation. It was as easy as lifting a finger for her. However, Fairy Haoyue feared the Forsaken Saints, who might be spirit sages, very much. She could not afford to offend them. She did not have a particularly deep friendship with Jianchen. As a matter of fact, they could not even be considered as friends. It was only a cooperative relationship. Outer space gradually calmed down as the tunnel to the Saints' world rapidly closed. The Ice Goddess Hall had left through the tunnel. From today onwards, the mysterious organization known as the Ice Goddess Hall no longer existed on the Tianyuan continent. However, just when the tunnel to the Saints' world was about to close, two figures suddenly shot out of the death nest. They shot out of the Tianyuan continent like arrows and flew toward the tunnel that was about to close. A gleam of light immediately flashed through Jianchen's eyes when he saw the two figures. He immediately dismissed his thoughts and coldly said, "It's Kaiser and Lankiros from the Beast God continent. It looks like the two of them actually want to go to the Saints' world. White Tiger, it's time for your revenge." The White Tiger reverted to his magical beast form. His eyes shone with a vicious light as heavy killing intent radiated from them. With a deafening roar, he vanished with a single leap. When he reappeared, he had crossed an extremely great distance and appeared in outer space, right in front of Kaiser and Lankiros. Compared to the past, Kaiser and the Tiger Emperor seemed to have become much more haggard. They were no longer as dignified as before. When they saw the White Tiger suddenly block their path, their faces changed drastically. Without any hesitation, the two of them immediately split up. They wanted to make their way around the White Tiger and enter the tunnel of the Saints' world from the left and right. The White Tiger had reached the Origin Realm, so Kaiser and Lankiros gave up on resisting. They chose to flee without any hesitation. However, how could the White Tiger allow the two of them to enter the tunnel to the Saints' world? With a deep, furious roar, the Siyu on his back gently shuddered. Two strands of force of slaughter immediately shot out, turning into two blades that chased after the two of them. Spurt! Spurt! The heavenly blade formed from the power of slaughter mercilessly cut off the heads of the king and the tiger monarch. The two monarchs of the beast race, who had been emperors for many years, were unable to withstand a single blow from the little White Tiger. They were as weak as ants. The White Tiger imprisoned Kaiser and the Tiger Emperor's heads and sealed their souls. He brought the heads back to the Beast God Hall on the Beast God continent. His mother, Rum Guinness, was still in the Beast God Hall. He wanted to execute Kaiser and the Tiger Emperor in front of his mother. Chapter 1569. No one sympathized with the fate of the two former rulers of the Beast God continent, nor did anyone beg for mercy. Even the holy emperor of the Pung clan, Sangcheong, only watched on silently as he sighed inside. The seal has completely vanished. I can't feel the pressure in my soul anymore. We can break through right now. Gui Hai Yidao's eyes were filled with excitement. He had become rather eager. It's a pity that Changyang Mingyue left with the Ice Goddess Hall. Although I haven't known her for a long time, I know that she's not someone who would run away in the face of danger. She definitely didn't leave with the Ice Goddess Hall willingly. She must have been forcefully taken away by Protector Shui. We're missing an expert at the Returnance realm right now. If the Spirit King attacks the Divine Hall again, it'll be even more difficult for us to maintain the Divine Hall's suppression. As a result, we need to break through as soon as possible. However, to prevent us from affecting the Divine Hall, we can only have two people break through at the same time, said Yang Lai. He was also rather eager. If it were not for the powerful sealing formation in this world, the three of them would have broken through to the origin realm long ago. Great-grandfather, the three of you should hurry up and break through. With us here in the Divine Hall, as long as we don't run out of energy, it'll be impossible for the Spirit King to break through the Divine Hall, Jianchun said to the three of them. Jianchun is right. Yang Lai, Gui Hai Yidao, you two go break through right now. We need even more Origin Realm experts to maintain the Divine Hall. I'll remain in the Divine Hall for now. I'll go break through once the two of you reach the Origin Realm, said Feng Xiaotian. Yang Lai and Gui Hai Yidao hesitated slightly before leaving. They directly ripped open a space gate and went to an unknown place. They did not choose to enter seclusion in the Divine Hall. Although it was safe there, they would definitely be affected if the Divine Hall was attacked by the world of Forsaken Saints at a crucial moment. As the tunnel to the Saints' world slowly vanished, the space that had collapsed due to the destruction of the formation gradually began to close up. As strands of sunlight reappeared, the darkness that had enveloped the entire world slowly receded as well, allowing the world to clear up once more. Jianchen, Shangguanmur Poseidon, Tianjian, and so on, as well as the Holy Emperor and Holy Emperor who had come to maintain the Divine Hall, all returned to the Divine Hall. All of them were prepared to contribute their strength to the Divine Hall at any time. However, Changyang Mingyue's departure meant that the world had lost a returnance expert. This made many sainthood experts feel heavy-hearted. Even though Yang Lai, Feng Xiaotian, and Gui Hai Yidao would be able to reach the Origin Realm again soon, it was nowhere near enough to make up for the loss of a returnance expert. This was because, even if the three of them reached the Origin Realm, they would only be at receival. If they were regular receival experts, they would not be the opponent of a returnance expert even if they worked together. For a moment, a heavy and suffocating atmosphere permeated the entire Divine Hall. Many sainthood experts even began to despair. They believed that they only had a few decades left to live. Once the Divine Hall lost its power to suppress the world, it would be their doomsday. It would also be the doomsday of the world. If it were not for the fact that there were still a few Origin Realm experts present, some of the less resolute sainthood experts would have already descended into madness from despair and done some outrageous things. After all, various desires would be magnified in despair. Of course, not everyone would be like that, but there were definitely people who were like that. At the same time, there were a few people who suggested escaping from this world and going to the Saints' world. After all, the seal was gone now, so the Saints' world was no longer as inaccessible as before. However, Feng Xiaotian's words dispelled everyone's thoughts very soon. It's impossible to pass through the tunnel between the two worlds before you reach the Origin Realm. The moment you enter the tunnel, you'll be obliterated by the pressure. You'll die a miserable death, far worse than dying at the hands of the world of Forsaken Saints. Big brother, that powerful big sister has left. What do we do now? Xiao Ling looked at Jianchen helplessly in the divine hall. She was filled with fear and unease. She was just an immature girl, so she could sense the heavy atmosphere outside. Even she was slightly affected. Sister Xiao Ling, don't be afraid. There's nothing to be afraid of. It's just death at worst, said Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin said. His face was filled with indifference. However, he appeared to be only 3 or 4 years old, and he was not even a meter tall. Yet, he was comforting Xiao Ling, who was much older than him, which made the scene seem rather comical. Jianchen rubbed Xiao Ling's head and smiled. Xiao Ling, don't worry. Believe in Big Brother. Big Brother will find a way. Yeah, Xiao Ling believes in Big Brother. Xiao Ling seemed to have calmed down when she saw how confident Jianchen was. She nodded firmly and became much more determined. However, only Xiao Ling believed in consolation like that. Tian Jian, Poseidon, Feng Xiaotian, and so on did not take it seriously. They all frowned sternly. Jianchen glanced at Shangguan Mu and gently sighed inside. Originally, Changyang Mingyue was the last hope for this world, but with her departure, the sliver of hope had vanished as well. Now, the last hope of this world rested on him and Shangguan Mu. Shangguan Mu's face became rather unnatural when she sensed Jianchen's gaze. The light in her eyes flickered a few times, and she seemed to make up her mind in the end. She said to Jianchen secretly, I agree to your suggestion. Shangguan Mu understood the current situation as well. If it were before, she might have placed her hopes on Changyang Mingyue, but she understood now that the lives of her father and Shangguan Aojian were in her hands. Jianchen immediately let out a sigh of relief inside when he heard that. He also replied, All right, once my great-grandfather and the others reach the origin realm, we'll immediately set off for Dragon Island. Shangguan Mu and Jianchen communicated through communication, so no one else knew that they had come to an agreement aside from the two of them. The three of them had once been origin realm experts, so they had experienced a breakthrough before. As a result, the breakthrough this time was extremely easy for them. In just 2 short days, the three of them all reached the origin realm, but they were only at early receival. If they wanted to recover their past strength, they would need to absorb origin energy and slowly cultivate. Now that there were 3 true origin realm experts in the Divine Hall, Jianchen and Shangguan Mu were finally able to leave without any worries. Very soon, the news of their departure spread. Everyone heard that the two of them had gone to find a way to completely deal with the threat from the world of Forsaken Saint. When they returned in a few years or even a few decades, the world of Forsaken Saints would no longer be able to shake up the Tian Yuan continent. Chapter 1570. Jianchen and Shangguan Mu returned to Dragon Island. In ancient times, the Yinyang Saint Rock had fallen on Dragon Island from outer space before being moved to the depths of the endless universe by Mo Tianyun. It was extremely far away, such that even with Jianchen's current strength, he was unable to sense the rock. If he directly flew over from the Tian Yuan continent, he probably would not be able to cover the distance even after several decades or over a century. As a result, the only path to where the Yinyang Saint Rock was the formation that Mo Tianyun had cast down on Dragon Island. The formation possessed the power of teleportation, so it was the only shortcut to where the Yinyang Saint Rock was. Jianchen and Shangguan Mu sighed in amazement when they returned to Dragon Island and looked at the scenery that had remained the same for several decades. When they had first arrived on Dragon Island, they had to be careful to avoid the mindless walking corpses that roamed the island, or they would die if they were careless. Now that they had returned, the wandering corpses no longer posed any threat to them. Even the powerful dragon souls that roamed the depths of Dragon Island were as weak as insects in their eyes. There are many heavenly resources growing on Dragon Island, and they're all shockingly old. It's just a pity that these heavenly resources aren't of very high quality, so they're useless to us. Let's directly go to the lunisolar cave and get to the Inyang Saint Rock as soon as possible, Jianchen said to Shangguan Mu had already removed her veil, revealing her indescribably beautiful face. She followed beside Jianchen emotionlessly as she continued to hold the simple zither of the demonic cry. She nodded silently when she heard Jianchen's words. A sliver of mixed feelings appeared in her eyes. Just when Jianchen was about to set off for the lunisolar cave, his face suddenly changed. He gently let out an interjection of surprise and immediately changed directions. Originally, he had been heading for the lunisolar cave, but now, he was directly charging towards the depths of Dragon Island. A sliver of interest appeared in Shangguan Mu's eyes as well. She followed behind Jianchen, flying towards the depths of Dragon Island. There was a 10-meter-tall formation on Dragon Island. Even Saint Emperors would feel pressured by such a powerful formation. At the same time, there was a terrifying killing formation hidden within as well. As soon as anyone who did not belong to the Dragon Clan came into contact with the 10-meter-tall formation, the space there would immediately crack open and devour them like the mouth of a demon. However, a formation like this was nothing to Origin Realm experts. Jianchen and Shangguan Mu directly ignored the 10-meter-tall formation. They flew towards the center of Dragon Island with lightning speed. As they moved, the space there shook violently, forming spatial cracks one after another. Dragon Island was very large, but with Jianchen and Shangguan Mu's speed, they crossed half of the island in just a short while. They arrived at the center of the island. A golden door that was 3 times the size of a sheet appeared in the air there. Illusionary dragon souls would fly out from it from time to time, wandering about the depths of the island. Jianchen was familiar with this place. This was the most sacred place of the Dragon Clan, a tomb established in a miniature world. Jianchen and Shangguan Mu both concealed their presences as they stood outside the entrance of the tomb. They did not enter. The tomb was the most sacred place of the Dragon Clan. All the dead dragons of the Dragon Clan were buried there. If outsiders set foot in there, it would be blasphemy to the Dragon Clan. Illusionary dragons roamed around the tomb, but even when Jianchen and Shangguan Mu stood outside the entrance, the wandering dragon souls failed to sense their existence at all. Even when some of the dragon souls passed by them, they did not sense them at all. It was as if Jianchen and Shangguan Mu did not exist in their eyes. Ruijin, Blackfish, and Honglian are actually cultivating here, Jianchen murmured. Ever since they parted ways in the Ice Goddess Hall, he had not seen Ruijin, Shangguan Mu again. Even when he had enveloped the territories of the 4 races with the senses of his soul, he had failed to sense their presences. Today, he had unexpectedly discovered their traces on Dragon Island. After so many years, many people on the Tianyuan continent have become Holy Emperor. Even the Holy Emperors who were weaker than the 3 of them have broken through to Holy Emperor, yet the 3 of them are still stuck at the great perfection of Holy Emperor, Shangguan Mu said softly. She glanced at Jianchen beside her with some blame in her eyes. She was glancing at Jianchen. There were many people on the Tianyuan continent who did not know Jianchen, yet Jianchen had generously given them violet cloud peaches and comprehension tea leaves to become Holy Emperor. Ruijin, Shangguan Mu had assisted Jianchen countless times in the past. They had even been Jianchen's greatest backer against the 10 protector clans in the past. Yet now, the 3 of them were still stuck at the great perfection of Holy Emperor. They had not become emperors, so Shangguan Mu found it rather difficult to continue watching. Sigh, I should have thought that seniors Ruijin and the other 2 should be cultivating here. I should have come here long ago, but I've been delayed by the matters of the world of Forsaken Saints, so I've never been able to free myself. Jianchen felt extremely regretful when he sensed that the 3 of them were still stuck at the great perfection of Forsaken Saints. The kindness that Ruijin, Honglian, and Blackfish had shown him was as heavy as a mountain. He would never be able to repay them. On the Tian Yuan continent, many holy emperors who were not as powerful as Ruijin, Shangguan Mu'er and Shangguan Mu'er had broken through many years ago, yet Ruijin, Shangguan Mu'er and Shangguan Mu'er were still working hard to become holy emperor. Jianshan's heart ached when he saw this. Not breaking through ahead of time might be a good thing for the three seniors. At the very least, they didn't take part in the battle against the world of Forsaken Saint. Although they possess armor with origin energy, they still can't defeat origin realm experts, said Shangguan Mu'er. The fact that Ruijin, Shangguan Mu'er and Shangguan Mu'er had remained in seclusion for many years. If they had broken through ahead of time and taken part in the battle against the world of Forsaken Saints, they would not have been the opponents of Receival or Returnance experts even with their origin energy armor. That's not right. Ruijin, Shangguan Mu'er and Shangguan Mu'er are still stuck at the great perfection of Holy Emperor, but their presences are no weaker than Holy Emperors. They're even more powerful than regular Holy Emperors. Jianshan's eyes narrowed as he stared at the depths of the tomb. Although he was unable to see Ruijin, Shangguan Mu'er and Shangguan Mu'er due to the countless tombstones, he could clearly sense their presences. They're practicing an even higher level cultivation method. This cultivation method has completely surpassed the Saint tier. Jianshan was greatly shocked. Saint tier cultivation methods and battle skills were already at the highest level in this world. If they surpassed this level, they would no longer belong to this world. They would definitely have been passed down from a higher world. Could it be that the winged tiger god from ancient times has reappeared? Aside from the winged tiger, who would help Ruijin and Shangguan Mu'er like this, and the armor and weapons of seniors Ruijin, Honglian, and Blackfish all came from the winged tiger from the ancient times. When Ruijin and Shangguan Mu'er were trapped in the Ice Goddess Hall, Protector Shui said that the three of them had already been saved. Is the mysterious expert who saved Ruijin and Shangguan Mu'er the winged tiger? When he saved them, did he pass down an even more profound cultivation method to them? Jianshan frowned in thought. However, no matter what conclusion he reached, it was only a guess. He had no concrete evidence to prove it. Ruijin, Shangguan Mu'er and Shangguan Mu'er had already reached a crucial moment in their cultivation. They would become holy emperors soon. Due to their cultivation methods, they would be more powerful than regular holy emperors as soon as they reached the level of holy emperor. As a result, Jianshan did not disturb Ruijin and Shangguan Mu'er. Instead, he stood outside the tomb and took out 3 space rings. Each space ring contained 3 5th-grade violet cloud peaches and comprehension tea leaves. He also left behind enough springs of life. Afterwards, he wrote down the method to consume them on a stone tablet. After doing all that, he controlled the 3 space rings to slowly drift into the tomb, silently landing where the 3 of them cultivated. Chapter 1571. After leaving behind the space rings, Jianshan and Shangguan Mu'er left the dragon's tomb, directly making their way to the Lunisolar Cave. The Lunisolar Cave was an extremely deep hole on Dragon Island. It had been formed when the Enyang Saint Rock had flown in from outer space and smashed into Dragon Island. It was also because of the Enyang Saint Rock that Dragon Island began to change, producing many walking corpses. Afterwards, the dragons, phoenixes, and the winged tiger all vanished from this world. Jianshan and Shangguan Mu'er arrived in the Lunisolar Cave. There was still quite a lot of stardust there. It was one of the materials for forging the Azulite sword. It was one of the best materials on the Tian Yuan continent, but it was basically worthless in the Saints' world. At the bottom of the Lunisolar Cave was a formation that Mo Tianyun had cast down in the past. The formation directly led to where the Enyang Saint Rock was. Fortunately, the sword spirits knew about the formation. Afterwards, Jianshan and Shangguan Mu'er entered the formation using the method the sword spirits told them. They entered according to a specific pattern and direction. After taking the 8th step, their surroundings suddenly changed. They had left the Lunisolar Cave and appeared in a dark, cold region of outer space. Stars flickered as far as the eye could see, while the planet where the Tianyuan continent resided had already been hidden among the stars. It was impossible to find it. With that step, Jianchen and Shangguan crossed an unimaginable distance. They appeared in outer space that was extremely distant from the Tianyuan continent. Although Jianchen and Shangguan had already experienced something like this before, the shock they experienced this time was much greater than the first time. When they first experienced this, they were only saint rulers. Both their knowledge and experience were limited. At that time, they believed that as long as they surpassed the Holy Emperor, they would be able to cast down a formation that could traverse endless distances. They could even use their own strength to move through outer space as they wished. However, only now that they had become Origin Realm experts did they understand just how heaven-defying Mo Tianyun's formation was. With their strength, they could indeed travel through outer space as they wished, but the distance they could travel was extremely limited. It might have been easy for them to travel to the moon, which was not too far away from the Tianyuan continent, but if they wanted to travel such a great distance, just the vast sea of stars would be enough to make them lose their sense of direction. Even now, they would not be able to find their way home without the assistance of the formation below them as they stood in outer space. Follow my footsteps closely. Don't take a single wrong step. If you step outside the spatial node, you will be lost in the void. Jianchen held Shangguan hand tightly as he said sternly through a communication technique. At this moment, even he dared not to be careless. He completely obeyed the sword spirit. Shangguan nodded slightly. She understood this extremely well, so she stood by Jianchen's side obediently. She did not dare to take a single step recklessly. Under the assistance of the sword spirits, Jianchen and Shangguan walked through space step by step. Every step they took just happened to land on a spatial node, and the vast sea of stars around them would change with each step. This was because they had crossed too great a distance. However, this did not last for very long. When they took their 30th step, their surroundings suddenly changed. At a closer glance, the two of them had appeared in a spatial tunnel that was 10 meters wide. The surroundings of the tunnel were chaotic, so they could not see anything clearly. Everything was the same as when they had first come here. Afterwards, Jianchen and Shangguan stepped into the tunnel and successfully arrived where the Yinyang Saint Rock was. It was a hazy space, devoid of any life at all. The entire world was deathly silent. Originally, this was an empty space. When Mo Tianyun had moved the Yinyang Saint Rock here, the yin and yang qi that leaked out from the rock from time to time formed the laws of the world. It created everything in the world, gradually forming this lifeless world. Jianchen finally let out a sigh of relief after successfully entering the world of the Yinyang Saint Rock. Afterwards, he arrived where the Yinyang Saint Rock was with great familiarity with Shangguan. The Yinyang Saint Rock was placed in an extremely large, conical pit. The rock floated at the very bottom of the pit. When Jianchen saw the Yinyang Saint Rock again, it shone with intense black and white light, completely obscuring its body. However, Jianchen could still see the rock clearly. The Yinyang Saint Rock was not large. It was only the size of a fist. One was black and one was white, but the terrifying energy within the rock was enough to make Jianchen shiver. If this energy erupted, the entire universe would probably be destroyed. At the same time, Jianchen could clearly see specks of red light flickering within the two rocks. They seemed to be alive as they pulsed slowly. Jianchen had no idea what the red light was, but the moment he saw it, all his hairs stood on end. He felt a chill run down his spine uncontrollably as his heart began to thump violently. He was not the only one. Even Shangguan face changed drastically. She stared at the Yinyang Saint Rock. Clearly, the red light gave her the same feeling as Jianchen. Is this the evil power hidden within the Yinyang Saint Rock? Jianchen's eyes shone brightly. He also stared at the red light within the Yinyang Saint Rock. He was greatly shocked. Just a single glance had given him such an intense feeling. The terror of the evil power had completely exceeded Jianshan's imagination. What an evil power! Once this power breaks free, it'll lead to a devastating disaster. Looks like this is the crux of the crisis of the world. No one can stop it. The primordial godsilk is the thing that can stop the crisis. The sword spirits appeared as well. They stared at the Yin-Yang Saint Rock sternly. Suddenly their faces changed. They cried out, "Oh no, the evil power is actually absorbing the Yin and Yang Qi within the Yin-Yang Saint Rock. This will only make it stronger. We have to stop it, or even the primordial godsilk won't be able to stop it once it reaches a certain level of strength." But the evil power is hidden within the Yin-Yang Saint Rock, and the rock can't be touched. If the balance between the Yin and Yang is lost, we'll face the crisis from the rock before the evil power matures, Jianshan said with a frown. He was extremely stern. Chapter 1572. When Jianshan and Shangguan Mu entered the space within the Yin-Yang Saint Rock with the hopes of the four races, the main culprit who had caused them to fall into despair, the Spirit King, currently stood at the top of the World Mountains. He faced the constantly twisting tunnel before him. The Spirit King possessed an extremely ordinary face. His long, black hair casually draped over his shoulders. Both his appearance and attire were extremely ordinary. He had never intentionally dressed himself up. He was the type of person who would not attract any attention if he was thrown into a crowd. Perhaps the only thing that gave people an impression about the Spirit King was the extraordinary determination on his ordinary face. However, beneath his ordinary appearance hid supreme strength and terrifying prestige that made all the Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saints tremble. Even Xiong Zhong and Ouyang Yangwen, who were late returnance experts, did not dare to disobey him. The Spirit King stood with his hands behind his back as he stared at the tunnel before him emotionlessly. Strands of light would flicker through his deep, dark eyes from time to time. His gaze would be ordinary at times and sharp at other times. When it became sharp, it would seem like a sword with a threatening presence. Even reciprocity experts like the Spirit King would feel extremely shocked when they saw it. A dark, metal sword hovered beside the Spirit King. The metal sword was forged from an unknown material, so it seemed extremely ordinary under its dark exterior. It did not catch anyone's attention at all. Compared to the shining treasured swords, it seemed like a dazzling sun. However, the metal sword hovered in the air by itself without any support. Its tip was pointed downwards while its hilt was pointed upwards behind the Spirit King. Ouyang Yangwen and the other protectors and elders all held their breaths behind the Spirit King. They stood there quietly, not even daring to breathe too loudly. Whether it was the Receival protectors or the Returnance elders, they all seemed to have lost their dignity as Origin Realm experts at that moment. They were like completely different people compared to how they were on the Tian Yuan continent. A few of the protectors and elders had already disappeared. They had all died on the Tian Yuan continent. Many of them were pale and haggard, as if they were ill. Even their robes were stained with blood. Clearly, some of them had yet to recover from their injuries on the Tian Yuan continent. I never thought that the Tian Yuan continent would possess such a powerful divine hall. This divine hall is indeed a supreme treasure, no weaker than the 3 supreme treasures of our world of Forsaken Saints. Even I can't damage it at all. The Tian Yuan continent really isn't simple. We've actually misjudged their strength time and time again. They've actually managed to produce so many Receival and Returnance experts in an environment without origin energy. How unexpected, the Spirit King said slowly. His voice was deep and heavy, without any emotions at all. Ouyang Yangwen, Xiong Zhong, and the other elders all stood there silently. They did not even dare to breathe too loudly. They had a certain understanding of the Spirit King, so they knew that he was truly infuriated even though he seemed calm right now. This was because they had lost a Returnance expert this time. Aside from the Returnance elders, There were even a few Receival protectors who had died in the battle. The world of Forsaken Saints had suffered extremely heavy losses in their invasion of the Tian-Yuan continent this time. Although they still had 7 elders and over 20 protectors, the losses this time had left the world of Forsaken Saints shaken to the core. Is Jianshan of the Tian-Yuan continent really that powerful? Even you 2 mid-returnance elders aren't his opponent? The Spirit King asked again. His voice was just as heavy as before as he stared at the tunnel before him. In the past, he had used the Cloudstream sword to pass through the tunnel and clashed once outside the Tian-Yuan continent. Although Jianshan had also comprehended the way of the sword, he was nowhere near as powerful as he was back then. It had been a decade or 2 since then, and a few people with unprecedented talent could make major breakthroughs, but the Tian-Yuan continent did not possess origin energy. No matter how talented they were, it was impossible for them to reach the origin realm in such an environment, let alone make major breakthroughs. Spirit King, Jianshan is indeed extremely powerful. Even when Elder Bai and I work together, we can't kill him when he's heavily injured. We can only barely keep him suppressed, and his recovery is extremely shocking as well. No matter how heavily injured he can make a full recovery in an extremely short amount of time. A senile old man stood forward and said. A gleam of light flickered through Ouyang Yangwen's eyes. After a moment of hesitation, he said with mixed feelings, Spirit King, there's another piece of news. I don't know if I should say it or not. Ouyang Yangwen was extremely uneasy as he said that. He did not know how the Spirit King would react once he heard the news. Speak. The Spirit King's tone remained the same. Ouyang Yangwen sucked in a deep breath and slowly said, Jianshan's strength may have surpassed mid-returnance experts, where even some late-returnance experts are not his opponent, but his true strength is not even at the origin realm. Jianshan is actually the Holy Emperor. The expressions of many protectors and elders immediately changed when they heard Ouyang Yangwen's words. Disbelief filled their faces. How is that possible? There's an uncrossable gap between sainthood and the origin realm. It's not an exaggeration to describe it as the difference between heaven and earth. Although Jianshan has comprehended the way of the sword and can surpass this gap, it's impossible for him to be so heaven-defying as to be able to fight returnance experts with the strength of the Holy Emperor and reach late returnance. He's only a step away from reciprocity, a protector immediately cried out. He had completely forgotten that the Spirit King was present. Jianshan had comprehended the way of the sword, which was the power of laws. No one was particularly surprised that he could fight Receival experts with the strength of the Holy Emperor, but many people struggled to accept that he could erupt with battle prowess on par with late returnance experts with the strength of the Holy Emperor. This was because even the Spirit King probably did not possess such battle prowess in the past. Ouyang Yangwen nervously stared at the Spirit King. He might have been insufferably arrogant on the Tian-Yuan continent, acting like he was the greatest in the world, but before the Spirit King, he trembled in fear. To Ouyang Yangwen's surprise, the Spirit King remained very calm after hearing the news. It was as if the news that everyone found unbelievable could not affect the Spirit King at all. Jianshan, Jianshan, the Spirit King softly murmured. Ever since he had clashed with Jianshan, the name had been deeply engraved in his heart, causing him to say it more than once. It was also at this moment that the Spirit King's gaze became extremely deep. He stared deeply at the distorted tunnel before him and sank into a long period of silence. The protectors and elders from the world of Forsaken Saints all stood there silently. None of them dared to disturb the Spirit King as he sank into his thoughts. After quite a while, the Spirit King finally turned around slowly and made his way down the world mountains. He said, I'm going into seclusion immediately to attempt to break through to the origin realm. During this time, no one is allowed to disturb me unless there's something extremely important. The daily matters of the Sacred Spirit Hall will be handled by you 7 elders. Ouyang Yangwen, you've been stuck at late returnance for many years. Break through to reciprocity as soon as possible. Once I emerge, I'll charge out with the spirit sages. The protectors and elders were immediately shocked when they heard what the Spirit King had said. The Spirit King was actually going to break through to the origin realm. Would that not mean he was going to reach the legendary realm of godhood? Chapter 1573. Quite a few of the origin realm experts remained in confusion after the Spirit King's departure. That's strange. Why has the great Spirit King suddenly announced that he is going into seclusion at a time like this? Although the entrance to the Tianyuan continent has been blocked by a powerful divine hall, the people of the Tianyuan continent won't be able to last for very long. If the Spirit King constantly attacks the divine hall with his battle prowess at godhood, he should be able to deplete its power very quickly. Without the assistance of a divine hall, it's impossible for the people of the Tianyuan continent to stop all of our protectors and elders. An origin realm protector asked in confusion. He stared in the direction that the Spirit King had disappeared in as undisguised admiration appeared on his face. The Spirit King obviously has his reasons for not doing that. At the same time, we all saw how the Spirit King attacked the Divine Hall. In the beginning, the Spirit King was still able to shake the Divine Hall, but afterwards, the Divine Hall gradually stabilized. It remained unmoved even after taking on the Spirit King's full-powered attacks, so we can conclude that the Divine Hall's power has definitely increased by a lot. It won't be easy for the Spirit King to deplete the Divine Hall's power with his strength. If the people of the Tianyuan continent possessed heavenly resources that could recover, the Divine Hall would take a lot longer. It might even be able to extend the Divine Hall to several hundred years. After all, that world is just far too abnormal. It's impossible for there to be so many origin realm experts in an environment without origin energy. That world is not as simple as we imagine it to be. Instead of wasting so much time pointlessly attacking the Divine Hall, why not use that time on cultivation? If the Spirit King spends that time on cultivation, he might be able to reach the legendary level of godhood with his unprecedented talent. At that time, it'll be a piece of cake for the Spirit King to break through the Divine Hall, said another protector. Whenever he mentioned the Spirit King, his voice would be filled with respect. And there's one more thing. If the people of the Tianyuan continent flee into outer space with the Divine Hall or the Saint's World, we won't be able to obtain the Divine Hall. If the Spirit King reaches godhood, the people of the Tianyuan continent won't be able to escape from the Spirit King even if they try to flee with the Divine Hall. Even if they hide in the depths of outer space, the Spirit King will be able to find them. It's said that as long as you reach godhood, you can move through outer space. You won't even get lost in the depths of outer space. Many protectors and elders present agreed with what the protector had said. Godhood had never appeared in the world of Forsaken Saints, and the Spirit King was only at mid-reciprocity. Logically speaking, it should have been impossible for him to reach godhood in such a short amount of time. However, the current Spirit King possessed unprecedented talent. Not only had he reached his current level of cultivation in just over 800 years, becoming the only king of the world of Forsaken Saints, but he had also comprehended laws, shattering the legend that no one in the world of Forsaken Saints could comprehend laws. What others could not do was not necessarily impossible for the Spirit King. All the protectors and elders present were extremely certain that if the Spirit King focused on seclusion, he would be able to reach godhood in just a short amount of time. Ouyang Yangwen walked out and glanced at the protectors with a slightly sunken face. He coldly said, "Don't question the Spirit King's decisions. Every decision he makes is correct. I will also enter seclusion immediately and reach reciprocity as soon as possible. During my seclusion, enter the tunnel and constantly attack the Divine Hall. Even if you can't destroy it, you'll still exhaust its power. We can't let the people of that world have it so easy." The protectors and elders of our world can't die for nothing. Yes, Grand Elder. The Receival protectors all replied. In the world of Forsaken Saints where strength was everything, Ouyang Yangwen held the greatest authority aside from the Spirit King. The protectors who were only at Receival did not dare to disobey Ouyang Yangwen's orders. Although the other Returnance elders were not as powerful as Ouyang Yangwen, they did not fear Ouyang Yangwen since they were all elders and had reached Returnance. Ouyang Yangwen had no right to order them around. Ouyang Yangwen glanced at the injured Xiongzhong, and a cold light flashed through his eyes. He left with a huff of his sleeve. Xiongzhong had always been his mortal enemy, and the elders were split into two factions. One of them was led by Jianchen, while the other was led by Xiongzhong. The Returnance elder, who had been slain by Jianchen on the Tian Yuan continent, belonged to Ouyang Yangwen's faction. Ouyang Yangwen is actually about to break through. I'm already slightly weaker than him, so if he breaks through while I'm still at late Returnance, I won't be his opponent at all. I need to enter seclusion immediately and break through as soon as possible, thought Xiongzhong. Xiongzhong thought. Afterwards, he left as well and entered seclusion with Ouyang Yangwen. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. During those 3 years, the Spirit King, Ouyang Yangwen, and Xiongzhong all entered deep seclusion. However, there would be Receival protectors stationed at the top of the world mountains from time to time. Elders would also come to investigate the situation from time to time. In the past 3 years, the protectors from the world of Forsaken Saints were split into groups of 5. They worked with a few elders to constantly attack the Divine Hall on the Tian Yuan continent. Not only did their attacks fail to collapse the tunnel, but they even made it more stable with the passage of time. Now, the tunnel could easily endure the shockwaves from battles between Returnance experts. Even reciprocity experts could enter. Some changes had occurred on the Tian Yuan continent in the past 3 years. The changes were mainly due to the 4 huge cracks that split the continent into 4. Each crack was several dozen kilometers wide and bottomless. Now, the 4 cracks had become 4 turbulent rivers, causing quite a lot of obstacles for many Heaven Saint Masters to cross the continent. Shipping and air transport had come into being with the appearance of the 4 wide rivers in the past 3 years, becoming the necessary means of transportation for many low-level cultivators to cross the continent. Now, huge sailboats could be seen everywhere on the 4 wide rivers. In the air, there were also many flying demonic beasts flying at an extremely fast speed. On the back of each flying demonic beast, there were several or even dozens of cultivators. Most of these flying demonic beasts were raised by some forces and placed on both sides of the river as expensive transportation. They were expensive and not something that ordinary cultivators could ride. The Supreme Divine Hall of Mercenary City still stood at the entrance of the tunnel. This place used to be the ruins of Mercenary City, and it was also the center of the battle. As a result, the location of the Supreme Divine Hall was also the intersection of the 4 rivers. However, a powerful pulse of energy and a terrifying pressure permeated the surrounding 100 kilometers of the tunnel. It pushed away the water in the surroundings, turning the area into a vacuum. The surrounding 1,000 kilometers had become a forbidden zone, where only sainthood experts could enter. Chapter 1574. The Supreme Divine Hall above the tunnel had already been split into 2 regions, the inner region and the outer region. The inner region was the core of the Divine Hall. Only Tianjian and the Origin Realm experts of the 4 races could enter there. The outer region was where all the sainthood experts resided. Whether it was saint rulers, holy emperors, or holy emperors, they all gathered in the outer region of the Divine Hall. They poured their energy into the Divine Hall without holding back, maintaining the Divine Hall's suppression of the tunnel with the Origin Realm experts in the inner region. During the 3 years of suppression, the sainthood experts of the 4 races were split into 4 shifts. Each shift belonged to a different race, and the sainthood experts of each race had to remain in the Divine Hall for 10 days. During those 10 days, they would pour 90% of their saint force into the divine hall. When the shift was changed 10 days later, they would have a month to recover their saint force. The cycle continued. 3 years later, the number of sainthood experts of the 4 races had increased by a lot compared to when the war had just ended. Although the number of holy emperors had not increased, the number of holy emperors and saint rulers had increased by quite a lot. In particular, the number of saint rulers had increased by over 100 in just 3 years. With the 4 races combined, the number of saint rulers had reached 500. This change made many experts of the 4 races realize that breaking through seemed to be much easier than 3 years ago. However, the advantage of breaking through was mainly from Heaven Saint Master to Saint Ruler. There was no obvious advantage to breaking through to a higher level of cultivation. As for the Holy Emperor, breaking through to Holy Emperor was still as difficult as before. As a result, the number of holy emperors of the 4 races did not change at all in the past 3 years. At this moment, the rather dignified Tianjian sat on a white jade seat in the core region of the Divine Hall. He channeled the powerful energy that everyone had poured into the Divine Hall into the formation through the white jade seat, maintaining the Divine Hall's suppression of the tunnel. Yang Lai, Guihai Dao, Feng Xiaotian, Poseidon, Houston, Xiao Jin, Xiao Ling, and the Winged Tiger were all gathered around Tianjian. Aside from Tai Ta, all the Origin Realm experts in the world were present. During the past 3 years, the sainthood experts had been replaced every 10 days. However, the Origin Realm experts who stood at the apex of the world did not enjoy such treatment at all. None of them had left the Divine Hall in the past 3 years. Even when they ran out of Origin energy, they had to consume the mortal energy fruit left behind by Jianshan to recover. This was because they needed to prevent the Spirit King from attacking the Divine Hall. Now that the Divine Hall was missing Tai Ta, Jianshan, and Shangguan Mu'er, if the Spirit King suddenly attacked the Divine Hall, they would need everyone's full strength and all the sainthood experts to barely stop him. As a result, none of the Origin Realm experts could leave while the Divine Hall was suppressing the tunnel. Otherwise, it was extremely likely for the Divine Hall to be torn apart by the Spirit King. The world of Forsaken Saints was so powerful that even if Tai Ta, Jianshan, Shangguan Mu'er, and Changyang Mingyue were present, they would not be their opponent. Not to mention that Changyang Mingyue had gone to the Saints' world, while Jianshan and Shangguan Mu'er had left the Tian Yuan continent. No one knew where they had gone. Under such circumstances, what awaited them would be a hellish disaster if they lost the front line. They could not afford to be careless. In the past 3 years, the world of Forsaken Saints has never stopped attacking the Divine Hall. Although the attacks have weakened, they're still exhausting the Divine Hall's power. If they continue like this, I think we'll only be able to last 100 years at most. I believe that the attacks from the world of Forsaken Saints will gradually become stronger before long. At that time, we'll be able to last even less time. Poseidon frowned and said sternly. Maintaining the Divine Hall consumed the Divine Hall's power. Coupled with the constant attacks from the Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saints, the Divine Hall's power was being depleted at an even faster rate. We should rejoice that the Spirit King has not continued to attack the Divine Hall. When the Spirit King struck out 3 years ago, all of us, including Tai Ta, Jianshan, and Shangguan Mu'er, barely managed to keep the Divine Hall stable. Now that the 3 of them are gone, it'll be extremely difficult for us to stop the Spirit King's attacks. If the Spirit King constantly attacks the Divine Hall, I think we'll only be able to last for 10 years or even less, said Yang Lai. Deep fear appeared in his eyes when he mentioned the Spirit King. The Spirit King's strength had completely exceeded the 3 of them when they were at their peak. After all, they were only at the Origin Realm when they roamed the Saints' world, while the Spirit King's battle prowess was equivalent to godhood. Tai Ta has gone to where a Ruijin is sealed. Once he returns, his strength will definitely increase. At the same time, all of us can sense that the world has changed slightly. We don't know what it is exactly. Although there's no origin energy, it's clearly much easier for saint rulers to break through compared to 3 years ago, and the changes are still ongoing. I believe that in a few years, it'll be much easier for saint rulers to break through to Holy Emperor. It might even be able to affect the Holy Emperor's breakthrough, Feng Xiaotian said with a smile. The changes in the world were basically good news to them because the 4 races would become more and more powerful as their breakthroughs became easier and easier. Xiaoling tilted her head and thought for a while. She said crisply, "Do you think the changes in the world have something to do with Big Brother? That shouldn't be possible." Feng Xiaotian shook his head. He was a disciple of a large sect in the saints' world. Even though he was only an ordinary disciple, he still had quite the insight. In his opinion, even godhood experts would not be able to affect the changes in the world, let alone Jianchen, who was still some distance away from godhood. Today just happened to be the day when the human sainthood experts would change shifts in the Divine Hall after 10 days. The sainthood experts of the sea race would replace them. In less than 10 minutes, the humans and the sea race had finished changing shift. They all walked out of the Divine Hall in exhaustion. Some of the human sainthood experts chose to remain in the Divine Hall to recover their saint force, while others chose to leave. Without any exception, all of them became leaders of organizations on the Tianyuan continent. Among the people who left, there was a dignified middle-aged man in embroidered robes. In the past 10 days, he had channeled 90% of his saint force into the Divine Hall, so he was currently filled with exhaustion. As he walked out of the Divine Hall, many human sainthood experts, regardless of whether they were holy emperors or holy emperors, all greeted the middle-aged man with a smile. There were even a few holy emperors who came up to talk with him. Even though the middle-aged man was only at the 2nd heavenly layer of the holy emperor, he seemed extremely composed before experts who were far more powerful than him. Even when he faced a holy emperor, he was neither haughty nor servile. On the other hand, the holy emperors were all extremely polite to the middle-aged man who had only recently become a holy emperor. They greeted him with a smile as if they were an esteemed guest. This did not only happen to the human sainthood experts. Even the sainthood experts of the sea race, who had come to replace them, treated the middle-aged man the same way. All of them were extremely polite. Whether it was the peak holy emperor of the sea race or the holy emperor of the sea race, no one dared to provoke the middle-aged man who had only recently become a holy emperor. As a result, the middle-aged man stood out among the group of sainthood experts. The middle-aged man was Jianshan's father, Changyang Ba. As the father of the greatest human expert, even though Changyang Ba's personal strength was not worth mentioning in front of many people, he still possessed an extraordinary status. Changyang Ba basically walked out of the Divine Hall under the encirclement of the Holy Emperor and the Holy Emperor. Afterward, he clasped his hands and bid farewell to everyone. As the human sainthood experts all left, only Changyang Ba and a few other people remained. However, there were still 5 people in red robes standing silently behind Changyang Ba. Their red robes were embroidered with a flame-shaped insignia. Whether it was the Tianyuan continent, the Beast God continent, the Sea Realm, or the Wasteland continent, they were all familiar with this insignia because it was the insignia of the Flame Mercenaries. The 5 middle-aged men were not weak at all. They had all reached the level of Holy Emperor and were above the 5th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor. They were far more powerful than Changyang Ba. However, they had used up 90% of their saint force in the Divine Hall, so the 5 of them were rather pale. However, the 5 holy emperors stood behind Changyang Ba like guards. They were emotionless and showed no intentions of leaving first. It was as if the 5 of them would not leave until Changyang Ba left. Changyang Ba hovered in the air as he looked at the shattered Tianyuan continent below him. He gently sighed and said, "Let's go back." With Changyang Ba's words, one of the 5 people behind him immediately stepped forward. He ripped open space with the Holy Emperor's ability and quickly created a space gate. Only after Chongyang Ba stepped through the space gate did the 5 of them enter one after another. The 5 Holy Emperor were the divine guards of the Flame Mercenaries. They were the people who had joined the Flame Mercenaries in Wake City of the Blue Wind Kingdom. Originally, it was impossible for them to even reach Earth Saint Master with their talent, but their loyalty to the Flame Mercenaries and Jianchen made Jianchen decide to nurture them. Afterwards, Jianchen used several decades and a large amount of effort and heavenly resources to nurture them without holding back. In the end, they became experts on the Tianyuan continent and were given the title of Divine Guards of the Flame. There were originally 50 to 60 Divine Guards of the Flame, and all of them were Holy Emperor. They were the greatest foundation of the Flame Mercenaries as well as the protectors of the Flame Mercenaries. However, they had suffered heavy losses in the battle against the world of Forsaken Saint. In the end, only 20 of them survived. Under the orders of Bai Lian, 5 of them were stationed in Changyang Prefecture. One reason was to protect Changyang Prefecture, and the other was to strengthen the dignity of Changyang Prefecture. Chapter 1575. Due to a slip of the pen in the previous chapter, I had written Chongyang Ba's strength as a saint ruler instead of a holy emperor. It has been corrected now. Chongyang Ba was the prefecture lord of Changyang Prefecture, and because of his 4th son, he was extremely renowned on the Tianyuan continent, the Beast God continent, the Sea Realm, and the Wasteland continent. However, the authority that Chongyang Ba possessed was pitifully weak compared to his current status. This was because the people he could mobilize were the earliest people from Changyang Prefecture in Lore City, as well as a few Heaven Saint Masters and Saint Rulers who had joined Changyang Prefecture because of Jianchen's fame. However, the Holy Emperor who had joined Changyang Prefecture had joined Changyang Prefecture because of their admiration for Jianchen. They were willing to follow Jianchen's orders, but they respected Chongyang Ba most of the time. As for the Saint Rulers and Holy Emperor from the Zhu branch, who lived in seclusion in the forbidden grounds of Changyang Prefecture, all of them possessed frightening seniority. Any one of them was Chongyang Ba's great-grandfather in terms of seniority. Whenever Chongyang Ba saw them, he had to greet them as a senior. This power was not something that Chongyang Ba could wield. As a result, Chongyang Ba had to possess a great reputation. As the prefecture lord of Changyang Prefecture, who was renowned across the continent, the sainthood power that he could control was pitifully weak. It did not match his great status at all. Bai Lian had considered this, which was why the 5 divine guards of flames were stationed in Changyang Prefecture. At the same time, they would listen to Chongyang Ba, the prefecture lord of Changyang Prefecture. They had become a force that could be controlled by the prefecture lord of Changyang Prefecture. At the same time, they would be able to control the situation. Chongyang Ba returned to the Chongyang clan in Lore City under the protection of the 5 divine guards of the flame. He immediately entered seclusion to recover his saint force. The 5 divine guards of flames were only guards in name, but they were all experts of the Holy Emperor. As a result, their statuses in Changyang Prefecture were extremely great. Even the direct descendants of Changyang Prefecture treated them with respect. The 5 of them each had their own independent courtyard in Changyang Prefecture. They were located in the center, north, south, east, and west respectively. They guarded the surroundings of Changyang Prefecture, vaguely becoming the protectors of Changyang Prefecture. When the prefecture lord of Changyang Prefecture went out, the 5 divine guards followed him closely. The rest of the time, the 5 divine guards cultivated in seclusion in Changyang Prefecture. They would only appear when the prefecture lord of Changyang Prefecture needed them. 3 days later, Chongyang Ba recovered some saint force. He emerged from seclusion and went to find Bai Yuntian. When Jianchen and Shangguanmu left the Tianyuan continent 3 years ago, they had left the saint artifact with Bai Yuntian. Bai Yuntian cultivated in the artifact space, and her strength skyrocketed. She was now a Class 7, Radiant Saint Master, just like the saint rulers of the Tianyuan continent. She had a lifespan of 3,000 years, so time had not left a mark on her face. Although she was already 60 years old, she still seemed to be in her 30s. Changyang sent away all the servants in a garden filled with the fragrance of flowers in Changyang Prefecture. He sat in a white pavilion with Bai Yuntian. The entire pavilion was enveloped by a barrier. "Husband, why are you looking for me? Why are you so cautious?" Bai Yuntian immediately asked out of curiosity when she saw Changyang envelop the pavilion with a barrier. Changyang sat on a stone stool and gently sipped some tea. He said, "My wife, not only did the heavenly resources that Xiang'er left behind allow my strength to skyrocket, but it also allowed me to be reborn, allowing me to reach the Holy Emperor level in just a few short decades. At the same time, I have the hope of becoming a Holy Emperor. At the same time, the world has changed in a way that none of us can understand. The sovereigns who guard the Divine Hall have said that the strange change in the world has made the laws of the world slightly more complete. Not only will it allow us to cultivate more efficiently, but it will also make it easier for us to break through bottleneck. These changes will definitely gradually affect the Holy Emperor and cultivators at the level of the Holy Emperor as time goes on. As a result, under the influence of the world, I want to relinquish my position as Prefecture Lord and focus on cultivation." "My husband, who do you plan to pass the position of Prefecture Lord to?" Bai Yuntian's expression was calm. Decades ago, her greatest wish was for Jianxin to inherit the position of Prefecture Lord of Changyang Prefecture. But now, the position of Prefecture Lord of Changyang Prefecture was insignificant in Bai Yuntian's eyes. Changyang looked up at the sky and sighed. He said, "In my heart, the most suitable person to inherit the position of Prefecture Lord is none other than Xiang'er. But let's not talk about whether Xiang'er is interested in the position of Prefecture Lord. Moreover, with Xiang'er's achievements, I'm afraid that he won't be interested in the position. The second most suitable person to inherit the position is Ah Hu, but he has severed his emotions and desires. He has severed his familial ties and devoted himself to cultivation in the Pure Heart Pavilion. Now, among the 4 children of Changyang only Ku is left." Bai Yuntian smiled faintly and said, "My husband, among your 4 children, Ah Hu, Mingyu, and Xiang are all very capable and have their own world. Only Ku has not accomplished anything yet. If you pass the position to Ku I will not object." "All right, since my wife has said so, then it's settled. I'll get Chang Bo to announce this right now. In 7 days, Ku will officially inherit the position of Prefecture Lord of Changyang Prefecture." Changyang smiled from ear to ear. He did not need to ask anyone else, nor did he need to ask for the opinions of the other senior members of the clan. The successor to the position of Prefecture Lord of Changyang Prefecture was decided by Bai Yuntian and Changyang The news that the Prefecture Lord of Changyang Prefecture, Changyang was about to step down and pass the position to his 3rd son, Changyang Ku, spread very quickly. In less than a day, it had spread across the Tian Yuan continent, the Beast God continent, the Sea Realm, and the Wasteland continent. Its influence was so great that even the new emperors of the 3 great empires on the Tian Yuan continent could not compare to a 10,000th of it. This was because the current Changyang Prefecture was the clan of the greatest human expert, Jianxin. The current Prefecture Lord of Changyang Prefecture, Changyang was Jianxin's father. Changyang Ku, who was about to inherit the position of Prefecture Lord, was also Jianxin's 3rd brother. Because of the relationship between the two, the extremely common succession of the old and new in Changyang Prefecture became different on the Tian Yuan continent. Many Holy Emperor and Holy Emperor level experts of the 4 races, as well as a few people in charge of large organizations, had received kindness from Jianxin in the past. As a result, they began to prepare great gifts as soon as they received the news. They planned to visit Changyang Prefecture in 7 days to congratulate Changyang Ku on inheriting the position of Patriarch. At the same time, Changyang-ku and his wife, who were about to become the prefecture lord of Changyang Prefecture, were extremely excited within an extremely luxurious hall in Changyang Prefecture. "Husband, you'll become the prefecture lord of Changyang Prefecture in a few more days. At that time, your name will definitely resound across the entire continent. Even the other 3 races will know your name," said a woman in her 30s. The one who spoke was a woman who was about 30 years old. She had a face like a flower and a face like the moon. She was quite pretty. Her speech and actions were filled with the feeling of a lady from a noble family. Between her eyebrows, there was a bit of unconcealable arrogance. At a glance, one could tell that she was a young lady who grew up in a big family. The woman was Changyang-ku's wife. Her name was Xieyan. The two of them had been married for many years and had a son. He had just turned 20 this year. As Changyang-ku's only wife, Xieyan obviously possessed an extraordinary status in Changyang Prefecture. Changyang Ba had bestowed upon her 100,000-year-old heavenly resource to change her constitution, allowing her to be reborn. She had become a great talent for cultivation, allowing her to become a heaven saint master at such a young age. Of course, the 100,000-year-old heavenly resource in Changyang Ba's possession had all been left behind by Jianchen. Changyang-ku had matured a lot as well. He was now a middle-aged man in his 30s. He possessed the gentleness of a scholar. His strength had also reached Saint Ruler because of Jianchen. Changyang-ku was extremely excited at this moment. He had never thought that his father would actually pass the position to him. This was completely unexpected to him. Out of Changyang Ba's 4 children, he was the most useless one. If it were not for Jianchen, he probably would have only been an Earth Saint Master at the end of his life. He would never have been able to become a Saint Ruler. Even though he had become a Saint Ruler now, he still felt like he was a nobody. This was because his sister and brother were just far too dazzling. They had both become Origin Realm experts. Under the limelight of Changyang Mingwei and Jianchen, Changyang-ku's achievement as a Saint Ruler seemed like the light of a firefly. Not to mention that it was no longer a Saint Ruler several decades ago, where the Holy Emperor did not appear and the Holy Emperor was extinct. Now that all the sainthood experts had appeared, a mere Saint Ruler like him seemed even more insignificant. However, the position of the provincial lord of Changyang Prefecture was completely different. Was there anyone in Changyang Prefecture who did not know about it among the 4 races? Was there anyone who did not know about it? As long as he became the provincial lord of Changyang Prefecture, he would possess an extremely great status even if his personal strength was not great. Only with this status would he be able to truly raise his head. More importantly, as the provincial lord of Changyang Prefecture, he would be able to command 5 powerful divine guards of the flame. Controlling 5 holy emperors who were at the 5th heavenly layer or higher was a supreme honor. When necessary, he would even be able to mobilize some of the flame mercenaries. Changyang-ku had never thought that there would be a day when he would possess such great authority. "Congratulations, father, on becoming the provincial lord of Changyang Prefecture." A handsome young man knelt on the ground as he excitedly said. The young man bore some resemblance to Changyang-ku. His face was filled with undisguised pride. He was the son of Changyang-ku and Xieyan. His name was Changyang-su, and he was Changyang-ku's only child. Aside from Shangguan-mu'er Shao-qian, Shao-yu, Qin-qin, and Yu-yu, no one knew about Jianchen's son, Shangguan-aojian. As a result, Changyang-su became Changyang Ba's only grandson, so he was obviously doted on by Changyang Ba. When Changyang-su was young, Changyang Ba had mixed many precious heavenly resources into medicinal liquid for Changyang-su to soak in. He had been using heavenly resources to cleanse Changyang-su's body since he was young. There were countless 1,000-year-old heavenly resources, and there were even 10,000-year-old and 10,000-year-old heavenly resources. Without any exaggeration, Changyang-su had been soaked in medicinal liquid since he was young. Even Jianchen did not receive such treatment in the past. As a result, he possessed extremely great potential. His cultivation speed increased by leaps and bounds, which was extremely shocking. At the same time, he could casually browse through the battle skills and cultivation methods of the clan. After all, with the current status of the Changyang Prefecture, there was no need for them to carefully protect the various battle skills and cultivation methods like before. Changyang Su did not disappoint Changyang Ba. He was a great saint master at the age of 20, while many people had only just condensed saint weapons at his age. Even some direct descendants of ancient clans were nowhere near as accomplished at Changyang Su's age. Among the younger generation, Changyang Su had truly become the greatest expert. Coupled with his illustrious background, Changyang Su became condescending before outsiders. A sliver of pride finally appeared on Changyang Ku's face as he looked at Changyang Su. He admitted that he was the most useless of his 4 brothers, but he believed that he had already surpassed his eldest brother and 4th brother in terms of the younger generation. Su you have to work hard on cultivation. You have to become someone like your uncle in the future and make me proud, Changyang Ku said sincerely. He held very high hopes for his son. Father, my future goal is to surpass uncle and replace him as the greatest human expert, Changyang Su proudly declared. He was rather conceited. Changyang Ku immediately frowned when he heard that Changyang Su wanted to replace his uncle. He sternly said, Su, you can't have achieved so much at such a young age without your uncle's help. You have to show some respect to your uncle. Do you understand? I understand, father. I will definitely respect uncle in the future, Changyang Su said nonchalantly. Changyang Su disagreed. He had only seen his legendary uncle a few times since he was young. Xieyan glanced at Changyang Ku and said, Why are you so strict? Su-er's goal is to surpass uncle. We should be happy that he has such thoughts, not scolding him. Don't you want to see your child stand at the apex of the Tianyuan continent in the future, within the City of God, one of the 7 capital cities of the Holy Empire? A resolute young man dressed in martial arts roamed the bustling streets in high spirits. Beside the young man were 2 women in white dresses. The 2 women seemed to be in their 20s. They were extremely beautiful and possessed beauty that could cause the downfall of nations. Wherever they passed, they would attract the gazes of countless people, causing them to become stunned. At this moment, the news that the 3rd young master of Changyang Prefecture, Changyang Ku, was about to inherit the position of potentate of Changyang Prefecture spread. In the blink of an eye, the entire City of God was shaken up. Everyone knew about it very soon. Changyang Ku? Isn't that my 3rd uncle? The young man's face changed when he heard the news. Xiao Bao, your grandfather is about to abdicate and let your 3rd uncle inherit the position of patriarch. With the current prestige of the Changyang clan, the matter of passing on the position will definitely be extremely grand. There should be many experts participating on that day. Do you want to go and take a look? A woman beside the young man said. Her voice was pleasant and as beautiful as the heavens themselves. Big Sister Xiao Qian, Big Sister Xiao Yu, let's go and take a look. After all, that's my 3rd uncle. Moreover, I should be able to see my grandfather and grandmother during my 3rd uncle's ascension ceremony, the young man said with a somewhat complicated expression. The young man was Shangguan Aojian. The 2 women beside him were the other 2 saints of 3 Saint Island. They were also the disciples of the heavenly enchantress, Xiao Qian and Xiao Yu. Chapter 1576. This was a desolate world with a gloomy sky. There was no sun, moon, or stars in the sky. The ground was barren, and as far as the eye could see, the vast plains were devoid of life. It was filled with deathly stillness. At this moment, a young man who seemed to be in his 20s sat on the barren land in the center of the world. 2 swords that were over a meter long hovered before the young man. They shone with violet and azure light. A ball of flames burned in the young man's hand, radiating with terrifying heat. He was refining the two glowing sword. At a closer glance, it would not be difficult to discover that the two swords were covered in tiny cracks. The cracks were extremely dense, spreading out like a spider's web, covering the entire sword. At this moment, the two cracked swords actually began to slowly heal under the terrifying flames in the young man's hand. Although the healing was not particularly fast, the cracks on the two swords would completely vanish if this continued. The young man was Jianchen. He had already spent 3 whole years there. Of course, those 3 years were only in terms of the outside world. However, in this hazy world, there was no sun, moon, or stars, so there was naturally no difference between day and night. He could not sense the flow of time at all in such an environment because the landscape seemed to remain unchanged. He would not even know how much time had passed once he entered seclusion. During these 3 years, Jianchen and Shangguan had always absorbed the yin and yang qi from the yin-yang saint rock to cultivate. As a result, both Jianchen and Shangguan strength increased at a tremendous rate. In particular, Shangguan strength increased so quickly that she had even surpassed Jianchen's. Jianchen's chaotic body remained at the 5th layer. Although the energy he had absorbed in the past 3 years was not enough for him to reach the 6th layer, his chaotic Niden had reached major achievement. If he continued to cultivate at this rate, he would break through to the 6th layer very soon. As the energy required to break through to the next layer would increase by 10 times, Jianchen's cultivation would become more and more difficult as his chaotic body progressed. Jianchen sat there and burned his chaotic force to turn into chaotic flames to repair the twin swords. Even though the fusion had failed, it had still damaged the twin sword. Even the sword spirits had weakened as a result. However, the damage was not extremely severe. He only needed some time to reforge the swords, and he could repair the cracks in the twin swords. Jianchen had no idea how long it took him to repair the twin swords in this world, where he could not sense the flow of time. In the end, all the cracks on the twin swords vanished. Aside from the sword spirits still being rather weak, the two swords seemed the same as when they had just been forged. They shone with a dazzling violet and azure light. After the twin swords were repaired, Jianchen stood up from the ground. Stepping on the Ziying sword, he shot off into the distance as a resplendent violet streak of light. In the blink of an eye, Jianchen arrived several dozen kilometers away. A small, earthen hut stood silently on the desolate ground. It seemed ordinary, but it pulsed with powerful energy. Shangguan had used an ability to grow this earthen hut out of the ground. As a result, this seemingly ordinary hut possessed extremely great defense. Jianchen stared at the hut from outside. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the walls and see what was inside. A sliver of tenderness appeared on his face at that moment. Still hasn't refined the yin and yang qi. Looks like I'll have to wait a little longer, Jianchen thought. He had already grown accustomed to waiting over the past 3 years. Due to his chaotic body, he could refine the yin and yang qi extremely quickly. However, Shangguan needed several times more time than Jianchen to completely refine the energy. If Jianchen only needed 3 days to refine the yin and yang qi, Shangguan would need 10 days, or even half a month. Jianchen would not have dared to absorb the yin and yang qi in the yin-yang saint rock without Shangguan. Otherwise, only death would await him. As a result, before Shangguan completely refined the energy, Jianchen could only wait patiently. However, at this moment, the door to the hut slowly opened, and Shangguan appeared at the entrance. She made her way out slowly. You've emerged. Jianchen immediately smiled. Shangguan smiled sweetly. Her smile immediately made the world pale and flowers wither. Even with Jianchen's willpower, he could not help but become stunned. I've already reached returnance. If this continues, I'll be able to reach reciprocity in just a few years, Shangguan smiled. She was rather excited. After spending 3 years together, Shangguan or had completely forgotten about her past unhappiness. Her feelings for Jianchen rapidly increased, and she had truly accepted Jianchen as her husband. Moreover, Shangguan was no longer cold and arrogant. Perhaps it was because of Jianchen's influence, or perhaps it was because of the change in her relationship with her father, Hao Wu, but Shangguan had let go of the knot in her heart and gradually became more cheerful. Although she still could not compare to other lively women, she would smile from time to time at the very least. This would have been extremely rare in the past. My chaotic body is about to break through to the 6th layer as well. Jianchen smiled faintly before making his way to the Yinyang Saint Rock with Shangguan. When Jianchen arrived at the rock, he immediately frowned when he saw it. His face became stern as well. He stared at the rock for quite a while before saying, "Oh no, the evil power is absorbing the rock faster and faster," Jianchen said sternly. Shangguan became extremely stern at that moment as well. She stared at the red light hidden within the Yinyang Saint Rock with her enchanting eyes. She sensed that something was wrong. She understood the power of the Yinyang Saint Rock extremely well. It was just 2 tiny black and white stones, but the terrifying energy within them was enough to shock any Origin Realm expert. The evil power would definitely grow at an astonishing rate as it absorbed the Yin and Yang Qi hidden within the Yinyang Saint Rock. If this continued, she struggled to imagine just how powerful the evil power would become once it broke free. "Jianchen, what should we do? Are we just going to let the evil power continue to grow like this?" Shangguan said. She was also very stern. Both she and Jianchen were extremely fearful of this evil power because just a single glance at the red light within the Yinyang Saint Rock was enough to send chills down their spines. The two of them had seen many experts along the way, especially Jianchen. They had even faced the Divine King before, but even the Divine King did not give them such an intense feeling. Jianchen shook his head powerlessly. "There's nothing we can do. We can't touch the rock. The evil power is hidden in the rock, so we can only watch as it rapidly grows. The only thing we can do is absorb as much Yin and Yang Qi as possible to reduce the difference in strength between us and the evil power." Jianchen was extremely certain that the evil power was the source of the crisis of the world. Although he possessed the primordial godsilk, he had no idea how to use it, nor did he know how to use the primordial godsilk. Even when he went to the sword spirits, they were unable to provide him with an answer. The only thing he was certain about was that the power of the primordial godsilk would awaken from its slumber at a crucial moment. Under the threat of the evil power, Jianchen and Shangguan did not dare to waste any time. They immediately began to absorb the Yin and Yang Qi in the Yinyang Saint Rock, before using dual cultivation to balance it out. The absorption lasted for 3 days. 3 days later, the two of them left and entered seclusion to refine the energy in their bodies. Jianchen's chaotic body had reached major accomplishment in the past 3 years. Coupled with the absorption of the Yin and Yang Qi, his chaotic body had finally broken through to the 6th layer. His body experienced the painful refinement of breaking through once again, causing his chaotic body to become even more powerful. The 6th layer of the chaotic body is equivalent to the 9th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor. Jianchen silently sensed his own strength. According to his familiarity with the classification of cultivation realms on the Tianyuan continent, he immediately determined that it was the 6th layer of the chaotic body. The 9th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor was nowhere close to Shangguan strength at returnance. However, Jianchen believed that his battle prowess at the 6th layer of the chaotic body was far greater than that at the 5th layer. When he fought Xiongzhong at the 5th layer of the chaotic body, he had barely managed to come to a draw. He had even slightly lost the upper hand. In the end, he had relied on the recovery of Class 9, Radiant Saint Force to defeat Xiongzhong in terms of endurance. Chapter 1577. He had reached the 6th layer of the chaotic body, but clearly, that was not enough to fend off the world of forsaken saints. Jianchen also understood that as his strength increased, the strength of his enemies might increase as well. Moreover, his final opponent was not Ouyang Yangwen but the Spirit King, who had reached reciprocity and was no weaker than godhood. Godhood, Jianchen murmured. His eyes shone brightly as they were filled with yearning. He knew that it was extremely difficult for him to reach godhood with the chaotic body in a lower world, but he had the Yinyang Saint Rock here. With the assistance of the rock, reaching godhood was not impossible. He would just need quite some time. Afterwards, Jianchen began to wait in boredom. However, Jianchen was unwilling to waste any time. Even if he could not absorb the energy from the rock, he would use the time to cultivate and comprehend the way of the sword as well as the various sword techniques that the sword spirits had passed on to him. Today was the day that the Patriarch of Changyang Prefecture in Lore City of the Kingdom of Jessen on the Tianyuan continent, Changyang Ba, would step down. He would pass the position to his third son, Changyang Ku. The matter of the new Patriarch of Changyang Prefecture had caused an uproar on the Tianyuan continent several days ago. Basically everyone knew about it. Experts from the 4 races of the Tianyuan continent, the Beast God continent, the Sea Realm, and the Wasteland continent had all traveled tens of millions of kilometers to congratulate the new Patriarch of Changyang Prefecture with heavy gift. A few experts had already arrived in Changyang Prefecture before the blazing sun had even appeared on the horizon. As time went on, more and more people from the 4 races gradually gathered in Changyang Prefecture. These people were all renowned figures in their respective territories. There were even quite a few holy emperors among them. Basically all the holy emperors of the 4 races had broken through because of Jianchen's gift of violet cloud peaches. As a result, all the holy emperor experts owed Jianchen a great favor. They would never be able to repay this favor to Jianchen, but they could repay it to his clan. As a result, so many holy emperors had personally come to congratulate the replacement of the Patriarch of Changyang Prefecture. All of this glory was because of Jianchen. Very soon, Changyang Prefecture was filled to the brim. Because there were just too many people present, and many of them possessed great statuses, the hall in Changyang Prefecture was unable to accommodate so many people even if it had been expanded several times over. As a result, Changyang Ba arranged for the replacement ceremony to be held in the large courtyard. The Holy Emperor had already condensed a platform with earth-attributed saint force in the large courtyard. Right now, the platform was empty. Many holy emperors and the leaders of large clans and organizations were still standing below. Before the replacement ceremony began, even though Changyang Ba was Jianchen's father, it was not appropriate for him to sit on the main seat before so many holy emperors and leaders of large clans and organizations. The Elven Queen of the Elves of the Wasteland continent has arrived. She presents the greatest treasure of the elves, 100 droplets of dew of life. The host's voice constantly rang out. Every time it rang out, many people would cry out in surprise. 100 droplets of dew of life. The Elven Queen sure is generous. The dew of life is the greatest treasure of the elves. It's said that only a single droplet is produced every 100 years. Although it can't increase strength, every single droplet is filled with tremendous life force. Even if you're on the brink of death, a single droplet of dew of life can easily save you. It's also said that the dew of life can change the constitution of people, allowing them to be reborn. A single droplet of dew of life is a priceless treasure. It's difficult to measure its value because only the elves can produce something like that. The Elven Queen has actually taken out 100 droplets this time. That's 10,000 years of stock. The Dwarven Patriarch of the Wasteland continent has arrived. He presents a 100,000-year-old heavenly resource and 5 10,000-year-old heavenly resources. The Pring Emperor of the Beast God continent has arrived. He presents 300,000-year-old heavenly resources and 10 10,000-year-old heavenly resources. the clan leader of the tiger tribe from the beast god continent has arrived. He presents 500,000-year-old heavenly resources, 20 10,000-year-old heavenly resources, several thousand-year-old heavenly resources, 1 Class 9 monster core, 5 Class 8 monster cores, and 1 cub of the tiger tribe. As the tiger patriarch's gifts were announced, the people gathered in Changyang Prefecture immediately began to discuss. Many of them sighed in amazement. The tiger patriarch's gifts were actually more than the holy emperor of the Peng clan, Sangqiong. He had even given away the royal tiger cub, which was equivalent to gifting his descendants to Changyang Prefecture. The tiger patriarch has his own difficulties. Back then, the tiger emperor had offended the winged tiger and even tried to harm the winged tiger. It's said that the winged tiger's father was killed by the tiger emperor. The tiger patriarch is afraid that the winged tiger would vent his anger on the tiger clan, which is why he tried everything he could to climb up to Changyang Prefecture. He wants to use the power of Changyang Prefecture to protect his clansmen. After all, the tiger emperor had caused a great disaster back then. Even the extinction of the tiger clan would not be enough to make up for it, the holy emperor of the humans said softly. He looked at the tiger patriarch with a sliver of sympathy. The tiger emperor's attempt to murder the winged tiger had nothing to do with the tiger clan. However, it was exactly because the tiger emperor was a member of the tiger clan and the king of the tiger clan that the tiger clan was implicated as well. Among the humans, the entire clan would be wiped out if one wanted to kill the ruler of a country. However, the tiger emperor had tried to kill the ancient divine beast, the winged tiger. According to the traditions of the magical beasts, that was enough to wipe out the entire clan. Although the tiger emperor was dead and the winged tiger had no intentions of doing anything to the tiger clan, the tiger patriarch still felt uneasy. He wanted to cling onto the great tree that was the Changyang Prefecture in a hurry. The entire tiger clan had put in a lot of effort to use the opportunity of Changyang's ascension. They had basically given away everything of value in the clan. The ancestral emperor of the Felicity Empire has arrived. He has presented 3 heaven-tier battle skills, 1 saint-tier cultivation method, and 3 10,000-year-old heavenly resources. The patriarch of the Tianmu clan has arrived. He has presented 5 10,000-year-old heavenly resources. The great elder of the Tyrant's Blade School has arrived. He has presented the envoy of the Poseidon Hall has arrived. He has presented all the people of the 4 races had gathered for the succession of the provincial lord. Although the sainthood experts of the Sea Realm were unable to come as they remained in the Supreme Divine Hall, they had sent envoys to congratulate the new lord on behalf of their clans. Every single one of them had brought with them heavy gift. There were countless heavenly resources, battle skills, cultivation methods, and so on. Just a single gift was enough for the Changyang Prefecture to receive an inestimable amount of wealth. Changyang Ba and Changyang Ku also greeted everyone with smiles. As the only grandson of Changyang Ba had always doted on Changyang Su. He had been nurturing Changyang Su since he was young. Coupled with Changyang Su's current accomplishments, Changyang Ba loved his grandson even more. Changyang Ba had brought Changyang Su with him for this event. Whenever he greeted the guests of great status, he would always introduce Changyang Su. His face was filled with uncontainable pride. Changyang Su had become a great saint master at the age of 20. Even on the Tianyuan continent, very few people could match his cultivation speed. Coupled with his background as Changyang Ba's grandson, the guests of great status praised him endlessly. There were even quite a few people who suggested that their great-granddaughters, who were of the same age as Changyang Su, should be married off. Changyang Su's face became filled with uncontainable pride when he heard the praises of these people. Although he remained polite before these important people, he had already become arrogant before people of the same age. He even looked down on a few hermit clans. Changyang Su did not care about the marriage either. His great background and talent made him extremely arrogant. In his opinion, although there were a few holy emperors among these people, their great-granddaughters were many generations removed from him. He had no idea just how many great-granddaughters they had. Perhaps there were several dozen or several hundred. After all, it was very common for people who had lived for several thousand years to have over 10,000 direct descendants. On the other hand, he was the only son of the patriarch of the Chongyang clan. How could the children of large clans, who were separated by countless generations, be worthy of him? Moreover, these holy emperors had all broken through because of his uncle. Is he my grandfather? The person beside him should be my third uncle, Chongyang Ku. Is the young man beside grandfather my younger brother, Chongyang Su? Shangguan Aojian murmured to himself in a voice that only he could hear as he stared at Chongyang Ba and the others from afar. Although Shangguan Aojian had once come to Lore City for training and had heard about his father's deeds, he had never personally seen his grandparent. That's right. Xiao Bao, that person is your grandfather, Chongyang Ba. However, we've only heard about your third uncle from time to time. We've never seen him before. After all, your third uncle has always kept a low profile. Xiao Qian gently smiled beside Shangguan Aojian. Xiao Bao, do you want to go and reunite with your grandfather? Look at your third uncle's son. He's only a great saint master, yet your grandfather loves him so much. If your grandfather knew that he had such an outstanding grandson like you, he'd probably be overjoyed, Xiao Yu also said. She used a communication technique to send her voice directly into Xiao Bao's ears. She did not want anyone else to hear her. Shangguan Aojian shook his head. My father isn't here, and neither is my mother. Under these circumstances, do you think anyone would believe me if I said that I was Jianqin's son? Moreover, no one knows about the relationship between my father and mother. I even suspect that even my grandparents don't know about this.